So let's say you are, you're behind pace of by 5K, by 7K of where you wanted to be. You're like, okay, we need 50 demos, right? Or 70 demos. And so depending how many people you have on your team, if you're like, okay, I have 10 people, well then here we need 5 more demos, per head. And be like, and that's a big number. Usually if you're going for a 50, like a 5K type of number, that means you have a much bigger team than 10 people. You might have 15 or 20 people. But you can say, hey, 5 demos extra per head. I know some of you guys are planning on doing, 5 a day. Some of you guys are planning on doing less, but just kind of adjusting based on what it is. So in this case, I'd say, okay, if everyone can add, 1 or 2 extra demos to their goal for the week, that's what's going to get us there. But just keep this in mind. Like sometimes it happens on less, but every day when you're planning and you have your, demo goals, demo numbers, or sales goals, and we'll talk about that, later in GCLA. A big thing in a team meeting, you can never be shaken. Like, hey guys, we're not where we want to be. Hey, that just means we need to make sure we rock tonight's calls so that we really set up the next 2 days. Anyone who's able to, we're asking anyone who can you add an extra 1 or 2 to your day? Some of you might be able to add more. So again, our job is to help you guys hit your goals, but anyone who is able to throw in a little extra to help us play catch up, we really appreciate it. So to give you guys a little, to say thank you and a little incentive to work harder tonight, we're gonna do a drawing. Every 2 demos you book up is gonna get you a chance in the drawing. I wouldn't limit it at 3, Austin, because 3 is a very bad average per head for during a team meeting. Just see if you wanna make a note, 5 average per head. Oh, okay. So if you guys wanna make a note, you want to average 5 demos per head at a team meeting phone gym is your goal always, okay? So you're going to have some people in the fast starters who are going to go for 8, 9, 10 or more, and you're going to have some people that might do less. By the way, sometimes you can drive some of your big fast starters to book up 12 to 15 demos on Wednesday night. And for you guys in your head, you might be like, whoa, that's a lot of demos. Well, it's not when you're calling all your friends and family, So it depends, they're just rebooking people for the weekend, and especially if they have a mat list of 50, 60, 100 people, they're like their mom's best friends. It's not that hard to do that. So those kids that do have that list, that are played sports, have all mom's address or whatever, I usually just seclude them so they have no idea what's happening with everybody else. I'll put them in their own little corner and do whatever, and I'm like, come on, your goal's 20, let's get 20. And just keep making calls and high-fiving them and going. But drawings are a great thing that Austin mentioned. So I like to do, hey, every 2 demos, you get a ticket into the drawing, and we're gonna give away Chick-fil-A gift card. I wouldn't even say the amount, all right? So we're giving away Chick-fil-A gift cards tonight, or we're giving away Starbucks gift cards, or we're giving away, maybe it's multiple different things. You're like, we're giving away a shear sheath, we're giving away a peeler, we're giving away, we have different things in the drawing, and you'll get to pick from the drawings and see, what you win. But drawings are a really great way. You've got to make sure you keep the tempo up, and you've got to drive demos with those people. So it's really important. And then just reach out to your top people that, have a little extra time and just say, hey, dude, by the way, are you able to squeeze in a little extra? And somebody's like, yeah, Caleb, I can get an extra 1 or 2. I'm like, dude, I appreciate it. And just and so they know they're really making an impact on where the team's at, and what's happening. So I think that's a really positive thing. So cool. So we give you half a point because you had some good things in there, but half a point for you. All right, go, Zach.
So mine basically said you had 52 set for training, 24 the first day, 26 the second day. You only have 24 chairs in your office.
It's a great problem.
All right, so if you know that you have more set than you have chairs, I would say if you can, if you have fun, get more chairs. But if it's a last minute thing, talk to maybe the office maintenance staff, see if there's any chairs in a closet somewhere or surrounding offices. And if super last minute, send your receptionist out before training to get more chairs while you man the phones and kind of welcome people for training.
Mm-hmm. Those are good things. You can always use boxes, sample kit boxes. My friend Dean DeVries, I actually saw him recently. He had a training, and he had I think 100% show. He had 70-something people show up to his training in his branch. So this is his branch office. So he interviews everyone. He didn't know that you screen anybody out. He kept everybody. And he had almost everyone show up for training. He was and he was expecting he had 10 chairs, or 15 chairs. And he was and people sat on the floor. And I remember my first training, we did Indian style. I'm like, hey, we don't have chairs yet. So grab a seat on the floor, grab a seat on chairs, grab a seat on boxes, so if you can have someone go out. That was a great idea. He just said that I didn't even think of. It's checking with your building. Are there extra chairs anywhere that we can borrow? Like, that's not even one that I'm like, sit on the floor. That's right. Yeah, that's great. So check with the building, see if someone can go run out and get chairs. By the way, you can always return them the next day. So if you just need them for that moment, put them on a credit card or have your receptionist, and then that night go back to Walmart, return them, or the next day afterwards if you needed to, you know, like, because sometimes it's just those 1 or 2 trainings that are really big and you don't really need them the rest of the time, you know? So you don't need an extra 20 chairs just for the rest of the summer sitting there. So if you ever needed to, you know, that's something that could happen, but nice to have. So Zach does get a full extra point. Nick, go on.
All right, you're doing PDI after training on Saturday. And your new rep says the job isn't for him or her. What do you do?
All right. So you're doing, by the way, can we make sure everyone has name tags too? I wonder if they're, can you check, do we have a sign-in for these guys coming in?
Yeah, right there on the computer.
Oh, it's on the computer. Okay, did everyone sign in on the computer? Sign in on there, just because that's something I need to send to Lloyd. So make sure you sign in on there. All right, so repeat again. So PDI, it's first weekend PDI.
After training on Saturday, the new rep says the job isn't for him or her. What do you do?
Okay, so they just started. Job isn't for him or her. Okay.
There you go. Like, can we role play?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
So Nick, I don't know if the job's for me.
Why do you say that, Kathy? What are you feeling so far?
I don't know. It's not what I expected.
What I expected. Well, this is a great opportunity here. This is a lot of great experience, business experience, and I was in the same place you were when I first started. I didn't feel like the job was for me, but I ended up loving it. So as we get started, you're going to feel the experience come built in. I know it's kind of shady at first. You're kind of, I don't know what's going on. Why am I carrying these knives around? But it's actually a great experience. I had a buddy of mine who was in the same place as you were, and he actually ended up loving it and made great income this summer. I know this is a great place for income, a great opportunity as well.
Okay, cool. Things that are good. Or does anyone want to say what he did that was good as he was diving in there? Yeah. By the way, anytime you can relate with a rep and have personal stories, that's always such a great thing to do. So that was awesome. So that, you know, connecting with them to relate, hey, I totally get where you're coming from, is a great thing to do. All right. I think it's important too that you put things into perspective, or you ask a little more, what exactly, you know, were you expecting? You know, like, what was it that you were expecting? What is it that is not meeting up in terms of the demos? Because in the demos, didn't we tell them you're going to have great appointments, you're going to have average appointments, you're going to have crappy appointments? So asking maybe a couple more questions before you give the relation examples, which were great, of just saying like, hey, did you not enjoy? Did you not enjoy showing the products? Did you just not like the products? Like, what about it specifically did you not enjoy, or did it meet the expectations? You know, and finding that out. Like, oh, I just thought it would be different. And I'm like, let me ask you a question. This is a question I love to ask people when they come to me with that in their first weekend. I'm like, let me ask you a question. If you just sold an ultimate set, would we be having this conversation? I just ask them. I'm like, no, it's a real question. Some people, by the way, my brother did sell $4,000 his first weekend and quit because it wasn't for him, you know. But most people, the answer is like, oh, well, no. I'm like, okay, so were you just expecting bigger sales, or were you expecting, you know, different responses? Like, dude, I wouldn't base it on one demo, because like you just said, if you had an ultimate sale, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. But you're gonna have great appointments. You're gonna have average. Like, it might feel a little weird at first, you know, like presenting the knives. I felt kind of weird at first, or you know, some friends like made fun of me or whatever. But fact is, and being able to give specifics. He said, we have a great opportunity here. That's great. But when you can make it more specific, especially if you know what that rep is studying, but even if you don't, specific to the skills they're gaining. Hey, do you have such a great opportunity here to learn presentation skills, to learn networking, time management, to learn comment, to learn how to deal with rejection, to deal with no. You know, that's part of life, and you're learning that here in a supportive environment. I wouldn't throw it all away yet. You haven't even given yourself a shot, you know? And I always talk about, something I always tell reps, and you guys can make a note, is I always tell them, like, you need to give yourself, you know, I tell them, like, give yourself 2 weeks, right? Give yourself 2 weeks, at least 10 days to give it a shot. You can't really even tell. You haven't seen your numbers, you haven't gotten in the rhythm of it, because you have to remind them, hey, some people, like, they're naturally, they feel really comfortable with things right off the bat, right? Think about some athletes that are just amazing. basketball players like LeBron James or Kobe Bryant, you know, who like at high school were just like insanely incredible, you know, basketball players. But then you also have the Michael Jordans, right? Who were like, didn't even make the team. Do you guys know that? And, you know, he didn't make the team. He wasn't that great, but he kept working at it, learning, and he's one of the best to ever play the game, you know? So even if you don't start off really strong, it doesn't mean that you're not cut out for this. You haven't even given it a real shot. You're like, dude, I want to coach you. I want you here. You know, you're here for a reason. I accepted you for a reason. I believe everything in life happens, you know, like at least give yourself a shot. But at the end of the 2 weeks, you're like, I just don't really like it, dude. I'm going to give you a high five and a great recommendation for really giving it a shot. But I think it's really good for them. Like, you just went through 2 days of training. Like, let's make you some money, dude. You know, and many times you can save people, and then there's some that are just, they just don't want to do it. But like really, especially when people are really good, like fight hard for them, you know. And I've told you before, like I remember Donovan, who ended up being one of my top FSMs and sold me for 2 weeks. He tried to quit like 4 different times. Like, Johnny, you're not quitting. I'm like, I'm not letting you quit. I'm like, I like you and I want you on my team. I'm not letting you quit. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm not letting you quit. It's like, stop being stupid. Let's go. You know, we just like have fun. I'm like, dude, you're awesome. I'm like, I want to help you. I want to help you succeed. I want you to give yourself a freaking shot. You know, and from as a rep, trying to quit his first week, during the summer, trying to quit during GCLA, or Leadership Academy, for Florida Christian, or Florida Caribbean, excuse me. You know, trying to quit there, and just like every step of the process, and ended up being one of our best. That sheet that many of you use, it says, who do you know? And it has all those little questions. But he made that. He used to average over 30-something recommendations per appointment, you know, and sold a lot of Cutco and got into great circles because he always asked for who he wanted to be with and really learned how to rock the job. So anyway, but great job, Nick, relating, you know, great job telling personal things. I'd ask a couple more questions to kind of dig in there a little bit more and really find out and fight for them a little more. So solid job. That was a harder one, too, for somebody who's brand new, so that's cool. Yeah.
Right. You answer the PDI phone, it's a rep calling with a no sale. What do you say?
Don't say that. He goes, you suck. All right, so you answer the iPhone. Hey, Caleb, I had no sale.
All right, are you still with them?
Ooh, that's a great question. Well, no. All right. No, I left.
Okay, what was the biggest thing do you think? Or were they not interested? Was it too much of a price? Or what do you believe was bad?
They just said they couldn't afford it.
Okay. Well, did you show them the value, not the price, but the actual value of the product?
I did what Manuel said.
Okay. Well, how did you feel the value in the price?
I just like read through there.
Just read through it? Were you enthusiastic by any chance?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. And I'm gonna just stop there to give you guys some coaching on here, so you guys are new. But I want to make sure you guys know, when they're newer, they think they're doing everything, all right, like how they're supposed to, but they're not. So different questions to ask when someone's like, oh, so first, by the way, great question that he said right off the bat. And so you'll get a part of a pointer here. But great question that he asked right away was what? Are you still there? Okay. That was a great question, his first question. So like, oh, they're not going to care, you're still there. My next question, whether they were there or not, my next question would be, hey, did they like Cutco? That's always my next question, right? Did they like Cutco? Because that'll lead you to find out, you know, what did they say? We need everyone signing in, por favor. Sign in. Hello, sir. I need everyone signing in there so I can send that in. So did you like Cutco? Okay, great. Or did they like Cutco? So finding out, be like, oh, what was their reason? What was their reason for not wanting to get anything today? You know, and if they're still, they might be like, oh, well, they have X, Y, and Z. Thank you. Happening, or whatever they say, and you're like, all right, cool. You know, if they're still at the house, I'm just like, well, hey, look, make sure to show them all the different accessories. Find out if there's any birthday gifts, Christmas gifts, or things, because those are the things they're going to spend money on anyway. If there's anything they might see there, and then just call me after so we can talk about it. You're not going to do like a whole coaching session when they're still at the house. It's just like, hey, if they really liked it, dude, there's some really cool deals. And I'm telling you, I'm the magic maker. And you can tell people that. You're like, I'm the magic maker. And Aaron, move up in here. You guys fill in chairs in the second row so people that come in late can just get them easily. But I joke around like, yeah, I'm the magic maker. So I just see if there's anything they like for later, like that they might be interested in later, because we can put together some cool little packages. You know, and I always like to ask them, hey, if everything was free, there's another question you want to ask. So I remember Taylor Max, he had called me, hey, Kat, just checking in. My customers aren't getting anything. And I was just like, okay, T-Max. I said, what do I always ask first? Did they like Cutco, right? Like I'm like, oh, did they like it? And he's like, oh, yeah, they definitely did. But, you know, they couldn't get anything to that. And I said, okay, but they liked it. I'm like, hey, just so I know, if Cutco was free, what 2 or 3 things did they possibly like? And like, oh, and I remember him saying like, oh, well, they liked everything, but they just can't do. I'm like, hey, Taylor, I'm just asking if Cutco was free. I said, whether it's like gifts for later, things for now. If Cutco was free, what couple things did they possibly like? And he's like, yeah, but. And I go, can you just ask them that? Or I'm gonna hang up the phone right now, and I'm never gonna help you. And he was like, okay. So he asked his customers, you know, hey, if Cutco is free, what couple things did you possibly, you know, did you like most? And his customer had said the couple things that she liked. And I go, all right, cool. Hey, do me a favor. You're going to finish up, all right? And you're going to, like, I ask for recommendations, but I want you to make sure to say, hey, just so you know, all right? And that's a key phrase. And write that down. Make sure every time you give a rep a deal, whether it's a deal for upselling, a deal for closing, or with a no sale, like they need to get that phrase ingrained in their brain. I said, just say, hey, just so you know, if you wanted to get it today, all right, if you wanted to get it today, there's actually a deal with the stuff, and they showed the deal excited. Be like, hey, I just wanted to show you, that way that you knew that was an option. Is that something you'd be excited about, or did you still want to wait till later? If they're actually closing the sale, hey, did you like that package later better, or did you still want to go with what you were doing? Hey, you know, like always just showing them, so it's a non-pressure, but I want to make sure you know your options, okay? So rep calls me with a no sale. I'm like, hey, dude. I'm like, hey, are you still at the house? And so Taylor was. I'm like, all right, hey, what did they like Cutco, by the way? And like, oh, yeah, they loved it. You know, I'm like, all right. And by the way, 99% are going to say, yeah, they loved it. You know, you are going to have once in a while, like, they just didn't really like the handles, or like when you have the chef person who loves to sharpen their knives or likes the big bulky handles. That is true, because they're used to doing a pinch grip. They lean on the handle. They love sharpening their knives. You know, we're not targeted to those people. We're targeted to moms who cook all the time. But even with those people, I'm like, okay, dude, well, hey, did you show all of our accessories? Because we have killer military grade hunting knives, fishing knife, gardening stuff, barbecue tools, you know, all this other stuff that's pretty freaking awesome. Did you show them all of that, you know? And making sure that they are showing all those options. And actually, let's make this easier so other people can get in there. Kathy, can you switch over one? You get on the end here, and then I think Jacob's right there, so we're perfect. But making sure that we're showing all those options. So anyway, Taylor tells me the things she liked, and I go, hey, do me a favor. I want you to write 2 deals down, finish what you were doing, and then just say, hey, just so you know, I talked to my manager, and those tools that you liked, there was a package where you could buy these 2 and get 1 free. It would come out to $38 today for you to try it out and start your collection. If you wanted to put a deposit and try all of those out, it would be $38 today. I go, but then they actually had a package deal that has, and he wrote down, like, I basically did an all-knife set with like 3 scissors and a peeler. But he said it has the chef knife, it has the trimmer, it has the paring knife, it has a spatula, it has a big carver, it has a tray, it has a cutting board, it has a sharpener, it has the scissors, it has the peeler, and that package is typically over $620, and it would come out to $412, and the deposit would be $80. And you could try all of that out for a month for $80 and see how you like it. You know, worst case, you could send it back. If not, you can pay it off or do easy pay. You know, would you be interested in either of those, or would you still want to wait till later? And this customer was like, ooh, I like that. And she bought the $300, she bought the package. And he called me back. He's like, she wants to do that $400 package or whatever. And so his first CPO was like, I don't know, it was like $357. It was like $350. His first sale that was actually a no sale. So just, you know, find out. Like, I turn no sales into sales all the freaking time. So, hey, did they like it? And if they did, hey, what are the 1 or 2 things? What are the couple things they liked if we hooked up a really cool deal? And if they find, like, just ask them. If Cutco was falling from the sky in a safe fashion, what would you be excited about? Okay? Just ask them. I'm like, because they have, again, weddings, birthdays, things coming up. So make sure to ask those questions. So that's real big, all right? So make sure you do that. And then afterwards, you'll coach them. So, but they have to be excited about it. And I always tell them, like, by the way, show them excited. I go, if not, there's no point in me talking to you this whole time. Like, call me after and we'll talk a little bit more, all right? Then afterwards, and now if they left already or afterwards, you do want to dive in with the value stuff. It's a big reason to say, oh, they couldn't afford it right now, right? That's the number one thing you're going to hear from people is, oh, they said it's too expensive or they couldn't afford it. And so that does go back to value building. So Caleb was good when he was like diving into that, but they think they did build the value or they think they would ever. So instead, it's like, you know, I always ask them, I'm like, hey, dude, because they're like, oh, they couldn't afford it. I'm like, hey, can I ask you a question between you and I? Like, do they work full time? I said, if they wanted something right now that was $30, you know, could they get it? And they're like, well, yeah. I'm like, all right. So it's not they couldn't afford it. It's just they didn't want to spend the money on it. And you need to like, you know, I'm like, if they work full time, even a bum can afford $20 a week. Yes or no?
Yes.
Guess what? A studio set is $22 a week is what it breaks down to. You know, if they're a married couple, it's $11 each. Do they spend $11 each a week on something random? Absolutely. It might be an extra muffin at Starbucks, or even just the Starbucks stuff costs $11 they weren't even planning on having. Or they go to the store to do groceries, and when they're checking out, they grab a coconut water and they grab a bag of beef jerky and a magazine, you know, or whatever it is. People spend that without even thinking about it. So here's the deal. And so this is something important you can teach your reps. I'm like, hey, dude, people, when they buy Cutco, they weren't expecting on. I'm like, it's one of two things. One, either they didn't feel it was worth it. That's one thing. And that's value building. And we can give you some keys. Something that's really important is that make sure to like read straight from your manual because there's a lot of keywords that say like it's expensive, it's an investment, and making sure they already know it is going to be about why we spend the money. So they need to understand why. So it's actually a really good thing. And by the way, this is a true story. Like, I was scared to tell them it costs more or it was expensive because I didn't want them to freak out. And I didn't understand that you want to do that and tell them why it costs what it does, because they're either going to freak out in the beginning and then they understand why it costs what it does, or they're going to freak out at the end when you tell them the price because they weren't expecting it. So better let them know, hey, this costs more, and hey, this is why. So when you get to the end, they already knew it was going to be more. And when you say, hey, here's the best stuff in stores, the price, here's how we compare, and we end up being cheaper, they're like, oh, I thought it was going to be more. You know, that's when you know you do a good job building value. And be like, and hey, we can look at some stuff later, but I would say hey, they're not cheap, they're an investment. Hey, let me show you why they cost what they do. Those are cool key phrases. Be like in advanced training or, you know, in a work, like we can dive into more, but just don't be afraid to let them know, hey, this costs more, Ms. Jones, let me show you why. Hey, this is more expensive, let me show you why. So make sure that's a big thing, all right? And a lot of it's caked right into your manual, so just read from it and you'll build 100% of the value and chop a lot of food, get them excited. They need to be excited about spending the money on Cutco. Because again, when they're buying Cutco, they weren't planning on buying it, right? So they need to be excited about it. So for those people, they're like, should I spend it getting my nails done? Or whatever. Like, they go to the store and there's a shirt on sale. What do? They're like, oh, I can't afford it. You know, if they work full time and they want it, guess what they do? They buy it, okay? If I'm at a salon and like, oh, for $10 more, you get a third, you know, I don't know, 10-minute back massage. I'm like, yeah, go do it. You know, I'm not like, oh, I don't know if I can do that $10, you know? And again, all it is for a starter set is $20 a week. Like, that's what it is. So I tell my reps, I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. They just didn't want it. Or we just didn't find what they were most excited about. So your next demo, just have a lot of fun, chop food up, make sure to let them know, hey, Ms. Jones, this stuff isn't cheap. It's an investment, but let me show you why they cost what they do. And be really confident. You're not selling cheap stuff. And if they're excited about it, then they'll buy it. You know, they need to feel it's worth it. Just read your manual because it's in there, and they need to be excited about it. So they feed off of you. You know, so those are coaching tools that you can utilize when you're talking to a rep afterwards to help them build more value because they don't know what they're doing or not doing. You know, you just say, hey, couple quick keys. Say it costs more. It's an investment. It's not cheap. You know, beforehand, cut food and get excited because they feed off of you. But also reframing, like, could they spend, like I always ask that first, like, if it's something they really wanted that was $20, dude, do you think they can do it? And like, yeah, I'm like, of course. You know, people do it all the time accidentally. So let them know that. So this is something, that they need to sell themselves. And when you sit down at PCs and like, everyone can, because some of you guys might have experienced it. I got sold on that my first week. I'm like, oh, people can't afford this stuff. Yeah, they can. They just didn't feel it was worth it or they weren't excited about it. Like when you break it down, can people afford $20, $30 a week? If they work, the answer is yes, absolutely. They could spend a lot more than that. It's just what do they want to spend it Even if someone's tighter or middle class, they have the planned budget and then they have the extra money. For some, it's very little extra money they have. Like my family, the extra money went to matinee movies on Sundays after church and like 29-cent burgers at McDonald's on Sundays. And then, and for some people, they have a lot more extra money. So whatever it is, you guys can sign in over here, please. But anyway, solid job, but just so you guys could get some learning off of that. Dan, go. What's your question?
You're running the team meeting, lots of wind up, and you see the sales report 30 seconds before the wind up, and the sales report is higher than expected. How do you congratulate the team and keep them motivated to sell for the week?
All right, so you may put some of this stuff together. I'm like, hopefully you went to the report before, you're not really staring at the report right. But go ahead.
Man, you guys rock. Wait a minute. Is that 10K over what we wanted on Wednesday? That's pretty exciting. Oh, where are we heading after this? Okay, so Grand Station, yeah. So we're about to all go out there, but you know what? To keep it going, I want double that. So let's do reps. We can get 3 demos in the next 15 minutes. I'm gonna buy them appetizers and bowling, free. And it's gonna be really exciting. We're gonna double that, and we're gonna have a great time doing it. Okay. So.
All right. So I'm gonna give you half. Nice shot at that. By the way, what's really good there that he did, congratulate him, but he said we want to take it higher. One of the things I was going to talk about is you always want to take it higher, but you don't want to spend a lot of money. So be careful, branches. That's a really good way to lose money. Don't just throw a bunch of extra contests. And if you do, make them profitable, where it's like split them into a team and say, hey, top team that books up at least over 15 demos, I'll buy an appetizer, for the group to share or something, If bowling's $2 each, then fine, but not if it's $12 each. You're not paying for everyone, or you pay for the top person and that's it. But what I would do is you always want to challenge people to take and not get complacent. So you see the report, it's higher. Say, hey, by the way, guys, I want to say I am so proud of you. We are ahead of where we wanted to be, but I want to warn you guys, don't get complacent, because I've seen people get ahead of their goals and then they just kind of sit on their laurels of success, like, oh, I've got this or whatever, and then they end up being a lot lower than they would have wanted to or planned on being. So I really want to encourage you guys to just, always be looking to see how can I keep growing, how can I stay committed to your demo number. Don't get caught up, because that's the thing, right? Let's say you're committed to 7 demos for the week, and maybe on your first demo you sold an ultimate set, and their sales goal was 2K for the week. So they already hit their sales goal, right? So what might they do the rest of the week? Nothing, exactly. All right, so say, hey guys, I want you to take pride in your actions. And that's what I would say. I want you to take pride in your actions and make sure that you guys are really stay focused on the number of demos to complete. So I'm glad our sales are up, but you know what? We're going to have great days. We're going to have crappy days. We're going to have medium days. So we've gotten ahead. We've got some good days, but who knows? One of these days coming up is going to be a crappier day. So I want to make sure we stay focused on, the actions we committed to and staying focused on the number of demos per day. So I'll tell you that, by the way, in pushes, that's happening. We're like, yeah, we have like a 30K day the first day of the push, and then we had like shit day. You got to remember, we're going to have great days, average days, and crappy days. So if you're ahead, hey, awesome. I'm excited about that, but we can't forget that we're going to have great days, average days, and some poopy days too. Want to stay committed to the actions that we said we were going to take. Phenomenal job already being ahead of pace, but let's make sure we stay focused on hitting our numbers to finish off the week really strong. All right, champions always finish strong. So making sure you bring that up. All right, Raz, go.
All right, so mine says you want to promote the key staff to a new rep and get them excited about getting invited to the next key staff meeting and show them how the key staff.
All right, so new rep, you want to promote key staff to them. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, and get them invited get them excited to come to the next staff meeting.
Or the next key staff meeting.
Get invited to. So.
All right, sure.
Okay, guys, I know that you see Austin and Zach there on the newsletter this week. They're out there working every day. We had some really good discussion on Tuesday at our staff meeting about some ideas that we want to implement next week. And so if you want to be a part of that, I'd like to see you on the newsletter and see you there next week at the staff meeting.
All right, okay. Well, let me show you guys how to do this. So no point on this one. But I want to teach you guys how to do this. So first off, when you're going to go to talk to someone about key staff, all right? So key staff, they're the captains. So first, the first question is, hey, dude, have you heard about key staff? want to ask them that. All right, hey, have you heard about key staff, or what do you know about key staff? And they might be like, I don't really know, or those are the best people or top people. And all right, so that's the first thing, and you guys should be taking notes on this. But you want to ask them, hey, have you heard about key staff? Let them know, hey, key staff, those are the captains of our team. And they're like, oh, okay. They're like, these are the people that get, extra attention. So let's say you're the branch manager, you're this. So if you're doing it for somebody else, like, hey, these are the people that get Kyle's attention. If you're the branch manager, like, hey, these are the people that I specifically work with. These are our captains. This is where most of my energy goes to these people. They will be the biggest earners. They will win the scholarships this summer. They will be the biggest push performers. They will open the most doors for themselves, because we actually pick our interns. And so promoting what we pick from there. So, Raz, what were you most excited about gaining with your time with Cutco?
The income's great.
All right, awesome. So wouldn't it be cool to be able to, have access to some of the best reps or to the manager directly to help you for free and give you keys to help you maximize your income? Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, so that's the group, by the way, that has that. So I definitely would be excited about getting. So we have our meeting is on Wednesday mornings. We meet for staff or whenever you have it. I'd love to invite you to come check it out, and see what we do. But you're someone I could potentially see being one of the leaders here, and I'd be excited about working with you directly and really helping you maximize your income here. So you really have to put what's in it for that. I feel like, oh, I'm really excited about advancement. Like, oh, dude, well, this is where they pick all the managers from. This is where the interns come from. This is where branches, like, they all come from key staff, because these are the captains. These are the captains of the team. So it's definitely a group you want to be a part of. Like, hey, dude, I'd love to invite you to come check it out. Invitation, not an obligation. Just come check out one of our meetings and see what we're doing there, because you're actually someone that we'd be really excited about having on our leadership team, having as a captain, that I could see doing X, Y, and Z. And so we're meeting at blank time. Do you think you could arrange your schedule so you could join us? And they're like, yeah, and so get them excited. So what is Key Staff? Do you know anything about it? Hey, what are you looking to get most out of Cutco? Oh, dude, you definitely want to be a part of that then. Hey, I'd love to invite you to at least just come check it out, because I could see you as a leader or whatever you want to say from there. So just ask questions. So Zyla, last one.
Okay, so mine says, a rep who sold 4K in 5 weeks. They just phone games for 3 hours, made about 75 to 100 calls, and reset one of them. She's devastated, very upset. So, gotta talk to her. All right, Kathy, so I just want to say right now that I'm very proud of you for staying committed. I know that it hasn't been easy, but you made the 100 calls that you said you were going to. And that's a lot more than most people can say. And I do just also remind you that this is a numbers game. Not every demo is going to be the best one, and not every phone time is going to be the best one. But as long as you keep staying committed, that the results are going to play out in the end. So what I want to do right now, clearly, maybe it's something in your phone approach. So just let me listen to your phone approach. I'll give you a few tips, maybe see if there's something that we can work on. And then before we leave, just make 5 phone calls right here in front of me. And we can see what we can do. And I also want to make sure you get a backup phone time, just so you can hit your goal for the week since you didn't hit it today.
All right, cool. So solid. I'm gonna 0.5 or 0.75, not a 1, but almost. What was really good? You guys tell me, what was really good?
The fact that she appreciated the effort.
Boom, that's the first thing I wrote down. She acknowledged the effort. And so I think it's always important to really praise your guys on the effort that they're taking. Because I give my guys shit who are selling a lot and doing that, who aren't putting it, that aren't working. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm like, I don't care. You committed to this. You need to, so it's very holding your people accountable to the work they said they were going to do. So they hit a certain amount of calls that they had committed to making. Hey, dude, first off, nice freaking job staying committed to get to blank amount of calls, because I know a lot of other people would have given up when they weren't reaching people or doing stuff, So she nodded that. That was great. Then another great thing that she talked about was what?
Trying to help her see what the problem is.
Before that, it's a numbers game. And so she hit the point that, dude, you're going to have, and that's another thing, dude, you're going to have great phone jams, you're going to have medium phone jams, you're going to have crappy ones. So I'd be like, so you got a shitty one knocked out, high five. All right, make them feel good about that. All right, they're like, oh, okay. So you got good ones coming, all right? So make them feel good about that. Like, dude, you got a shitty one knocked out, so give me a high five. And then the next thing, what her objective was, would have put as a 1. So I'm like, it's 0.75. But how she did it is not always going to be the way that you're going to have people be most responsive to you. Okay, so what she wanted to do was do what? help them out, listen to them, help make them better, right? But she said, what I want to do is I want to listen to you make calls, and then I want you to make 5 calls, and you're being a dictator, not a coach. Got it? So you are a coach. You're their experience and their income coach. You never want to tell them what to do. You want to guide and coach them. So you want to ask for permission. So if I'm talking to you, Johnson, I'm like, hey, dude, it's a numbers game. Whatever. Be like, hey, would I be willing to do? Be like, if you want, be like, I'd love to help you out. I'd be willing to sit down and listen to you so I could give you some feedback if you want on your approach. What is every rep going to say when you say that to them? Oh, yeah, please. I'd be like, hey, dude, I'd be totally willing to do that, to sit down, listen to you, give you some feedback just to see where we can tweak it. Like, I wouldn't stress because sometimes we just have shitty phone jams, but there could be something that could be better, and I'd be willing to sit down and listen to you so I could give you feedback on anything that we could tweak. Cool? And so that way they feel really good and excited about that you're helping them versus like, what I'm going to do is do this. And they're like, F you, I don't want to do that, you know? So you never want to get that feel. You always want them to feel you helping them, all right? So that's real big. So I'd always ask. And then if you ever want to give someone tips, let's say it was a different way or a different scenario or a different thing you were saying, instead of saying, hey, instead of volunteering what you would do or how to fix it right off the bat, ask them. Say, hey, dude, is it cool if I share with you what I would do? Get permission to give them tips and help. Don't just tell them what to do. Because then at some point, you're going to have some people rolling their eyes. Every time something happens, you're like, well, I would do it. And they're like, all right, cool, thanks. Versus like, hey, dude, is it cool if I share with you like what helped me? Or, you know, and they're like, oh, yeah, what helped you, Daniel? Now they want to listen. Versus you giving them info that they didn't even care to listen to you. Does that make sense? All right. So open the door to where they want to listen to you. Does that help you guys? All right. So cool. So thank you for those of you who got here early. We started this thing a little bit late, but helped the rest of you got here late. So it's something we'll do before each prep. It'll start 30 minutes before the prep. We probably should start 45 minutes prior. Is do fishbowl scenarios. So anyone who's here early, you can pick something out of the bowl. You guys can keep those. We'll keep going with the rest of these in the next different meetings. But you'll get to pick something out of the bowl, and you'll have a shot at getting an extra point towards your matrix score of the 25 points, all right? So, and it also helps you learn how to deal with different scenarios, right? Like, because things will pop up, or you're not sure how to get better with conversations, how to get better with people, what to do. You're running training, the roof caves in, what do you do, all right? So just knowing, like, lights go out. Like, I had a training, our electricity went out, everything went out, all right? And some people are like, oh, we don't run training, all right? Well, there's other solutions, all right, to it, like train outside, go to Starbucks, go to McDonald's. Actually, we stayed inside. We did phones with lights up to light up the room, and I lit a candle. That's what we did in my office, you know? So whatever the solution is, and for us, actually, the whole street, like everything was out. It wasn't just our building. It was like something got knocked out on the whole street, and it was like hurricane season. We're like, all right, you know, like the whole neighborhood is dark. So we opened the door, did whatever, you know, just always find a way, just laugh it off. Whatever happened was supposed to happen. It's like, there you go, you know. And our motto is always like, more challenges equals more good stuff's gonna happen. Because, you know, again, if it was easy and everything went smooth, everybody would do it and be super successful. But it's the champions that can deal with crap going wrong and keep pushing forward. Those are the champions in life and business. You think that every successful person just has everything perfect? Everything just goes great, all right? Are you effing kidding me? You know, people are like, how do you just like, everything's just always so great for you and you're up? And I'm like, no, I'm just a strong-ass, resilient person. And I'm not going to let shit get in the way. Like, I'm going to find a result and I'm going to make stuff happen. That is why we succeed. Not because stuff doesn't happen to us, all right? Because I find a way to create the results that I want. And that's something I really want to be able to teach anyone that I ever mentor or coach is champions find a way. There's always a way to get the results. So you can focus on what's not happening and the results that are what's not working, or you can focus your energy on finding who is making it happen and duplicate what they're doing, or watch them and see, okay, shit, this is what I need to tweak, and find results that are going to work well for you. Sounds good? All right. So with that, we will dive right in to our official second prep. And I'm excited to kick things off here, all right? And with you guys here today, let me put this up here. I don't know who else. If someone, can you post on the GCLA group me and just make sure they know if they
I posted saying.
If they're on a computer, please go ahead and jump on Ubu
I think a lot of people are live streaming.
so we can see their beautiful face. I'd like to see faces.
Okay.
So if they'd like to be involved, if they don't role play or get graded, they're obviously going to be missing. They're going to have zeros in their grade for that. They can make up for part of it, writing me a summary of what we went over, or they can just be involved. So do they want to write a paper on the video, or do they want to just show their face and be involved? That's up to whoever's watching, whatever you want to do. All right, can you guys, okay, you guys can see all my stuff up here. So let's do this. All right, boom, boom sauce. This is the wrong date. All right, so GCLA numero uno was at CFC. So we are kicking off number 2. And I'm gonna dive through this here real quick for you guys. I know that I've had a chance to talk to a lot of you guys here in the past couple of days. Really excited about being able to get together today. We've got some drill for skill that's gonna be happening right in the beginning where you guys are gonna be grading yourselves, grading each other. But I really want to challenge you guys, you know, as we're meeting, as we're getting together, you know, how do you come prepared to these meetings? I think it's really important how you come here, what's happening makes a big difference. So those who are coming early, coming prepared, coming dressed for success when we're together. I know I didn't give a dress code before. Some of you guys look freaking awesome. I love dressing up a little bit more when we're meeting for preps. I like seeing you guys in your business ready. Looking good. So look at Austin, GQ over here. All right. I need this. It's going to be an issue. Huh? Okay. Get them on. So let's do stand up and stretch your bum for a second. All right. We're going to give 2 minutes to get these guys on Ubu. Stretch your bum. And by the way, money. Anyone who has checks or money that you need to or want to submit, if you can handle that for me, that would be awesome. All right. By the way, go talk to 3 people and find out what is their highlight of the month of September. What has been your September highlight, personally and professionally? Ready, set, go. All right. Getting people on here. Say hello. Who else is getting on here? Highlight. Can everybody sign in? We are. Oh, I like this. All right, we're gonna roll. It's around out of time. Let's go. Grab seats. Grab seats. All right. I know we had. All right. Hey, Austin, if you want to make a note actually there and say anybody who's running late, we have people that are driving over. I've gotten a bunch of texts of people running late. Just say if you're running late, jump on the live stream. On their way here to just be watching on live stream. All right. So GCLA number 2. Let's dive in. So I want to say a great job first off to those of you guys who've been communicating. Some of you guys have done a great job communicating with me, whether it be a text. Some of you guys on GroupMe, keeping me posted on what's happening. Some of you guys can do a better job. It's stuff that I watch. I talk to your managers about how you're communicating with them. But definitely, I want to say people are communicating with me. For myself, when it comes to decisions for internship opportunities for next summer. Those who get a chance to do our branch internship or management internships. Like, I want people that we have good communication. All right, anyone who's in Leadership Academy, you guys have access to text me. That's not something that any other rep has. I don't really want anyone bothering me. You guys are not a bother. Leadership Academy is my favorite part of the job, is to coach and develop people and really see you guys grow as young professionals. It's something that I really enjoy doing, and it's definitely why I'm still doing the job 14 and a half years later, is this. This is what I love, is running this program. So we're looking for sales leadership, and we're going to recognize some individuals. Josh, by the way, leading the pack, #1 for the fall back there. So nice job. So we're going to talk to you again in just a moment. But sales leadership, are you consistent? Do you have, and I talked yesterday or Wednesday to the guys in College Station, and I think about maximizing your sales. To maximize your sales, 1, fundamentals excellence. Do you have your basics down? Do you know, like, are you really confident with your closing, your names and uses? You know how to close on sets. So having your basics down and then growing and learning how to close on complete sets or kitchens or whatever. But fundamentals excellence has got to be there. Do you know your rec approach? How are you going to coach and teach other people if you don't know how to rock that yourself? So making sure you have that down. The second thing we talked about with sales leadership is structure. Do you have structure in your schedule? Does every rep on your team have structure? By the way, everyone should be working 2 days a week, 3 days tops. I like all reps to do their demos within 2 to 3 days. Why? Because most reps during college aren't doing that many demos anyway. And then there are some that are going to go more full time. Cool. But for those who have heard me talk about what are the, if someone's committing, like in terms of schedule, how many demos? What are the numbers that we are committing people to in terms of demo numbers?
5, 7, and a part-time.
Yeah, all right. 5, 7, or 10. 12 is, I call it the dirty dozen, all right? But that's like very few people that are in the dirty dozen crew. But it's Focus 5, and this is how I promote it. It's Focus 5, all right? How can we keep this thing on?
Is it?
No. I have it on here. I just want it up there. So Focus 5, all right? This right here is Perfect 7. Perfect 10. Lucky 7, all right? And Perfect 10. And I always talk to people about this. What number? What's your number? And most students are doing 7. Some are just doing 5. That's fine. Pick a number and stick to it and do it week in, week out. And ideally have it set in a structure that feels good for you, And I think about someone completing 7 demos a week. 7 demos a week, you can do that in 2 days easily. For me, it was 1 day where I did 2 to 3 demos, and it was 1 day where I had 4 to 6 demos, okay, to make sure I always completed. So this was like an evening of one of the weekdays, and for me, this was on Saturdays, but having 2 days, and that was it, to do my 7 demos a week, no matter what, all right, that I wanted to have. So I'd rather the reps be working less amount of days, and you guys as well, than trying to do like 1 demo every day. I don't want them to think about FECO on certain days. I just want them to do their homework, hang out with their friends, do whatever, and not have to worry about it. So I think less days with more demos is always better. But does everyone have structure to what they're going to do? All right, so depending on what their goals are, it'll be different. But 2 or 3 days that they're doing, and that's it. And then do they have when they're doing their phone time? When are you making your calls? And making sure that's all in there, all right? So we talk, again, for sales leadership, you need to have your fundamentals down to make sure you're maximizing the demos you're having. You need to make sure you have structure and all your people have structure. And by the way, this goes to all your reps. When you guys have an office or you're an assistant manager, you want your reps to kick ass? Fundamentals excellence, structure with schedule. And the third thing is discipline to that structure. You can make schedules all day. And I've seen reps make all these great schedules, but they don't have discipline to it. And by the way, for a manager, so you can put discipline/accountability. Because as a manager, what are you doing? Holding them accountable to that schedule. As a rep, you're disciplined to stick to that schedule. So if you're a manager, it's, are my guys good in their fundamentals? Do my guys have structure? Am I holding them accountable to that structure? As a rep, do I know my basics? Do I have a schedule that I like? Am I committing to that schedule and actually carrying it out? Everyone good? All right. So that's really important to maximize sales. By the way, if you can get that down and rock your PR program next summer, you're gonna rock the world. All right. If you can really get those 2 things down, how to drive sales, which I just talked about, and how to recruit and really drive the PR program are 2 big things. The third thing we talked about was field training. All right. So taking people, I want to see people start getting certified as field trainers. You guys can log those into Vector Connect. They can track it. Many of you have those field training tracking boards like we have back there. We need to start tracking them. I want to know how many field trainings have you done this fall. So that's something, by the way, I'd like for you guys to be tracking and submitting for the fall. So whether you have something where you keep track of it on or whatever it is, but every time you do a field training, track a field training. All right, even if it's the same person, but you take them to another demo, it counts. But tracking your field training. So there's different certifications at 5 or 10, 25, 50. But can you do a demo? Can you take someone field training on every single demo? That makes a world of a difference for your results. Makes you be on top of your game and not cut corners, and it makes a world of a difference for their results as they're growing and developing. And it looks killer on your freaking resume, you know, to have the top certifications, because it shows that you're not into yourself doing well, but into the team doing well as well. Okay, and all of you can, when someone's over $1,000, you can take people on field trainings. All right. The fourth thing, personal recruiting. Are you helping build a team? You guys have contests to win a cruise for 5 people. 5 people that hit their first promotion, you get to go on the cruise with us. All right, so what are you doing to get those people? You can be recruiting them from campus. You can be talking to people you spoke to before that weren't interested in the summer. Maybe we're traveling, but they'd be down. By the way, everyone could use a little extra cash for the holidays, you know? So just talking about that, whether they're going to go on vacations, whether they want money for more gifts. Hey, dude, my job needs some extra help this fall. Not sure if you know anyone that might be looking for some extra cash for the holidays. We could use a little extra help, you know? So talking to people and getting them in. So we'll talk about that. And lastly is financial fitness. You know, are you setting yourself up? Are you saving? I know Eric's going to give some good nuggets to you guys today when it comes to financial fitness. So really excited about that to help you guys out in success. So sales leadership. Again, Josh, awesome job for the month of September. Over $7,000 in sales, leading GCK, all the candidates in GCK. Then we had Mr. John Austin. $5,000, number 2 spot. Shearer, who's on her way at $42.81. Mr. Brandon, who's helping out with training, who's up there, is at $36.72. We've got Mr. Zach Neisel up here at $34.17. We've got Mr. Shehorn at $32.65. Who's up in Tyler. Chavez, text Chavez, make sure he's okay. Who's on his way over here, $25.57. Miss Catherine Pierce. It was $22.24. We have Austin Worthington at $21.87. Mr. Daniel Langlois at $16.07. John Bose, who's streaming from Austin, at $10.83. And then you guys see under the 1,000, but still putting up a sale. Everyone there. Ashley White, $48. We see you. One a piece from Pennsylvania, but you guys, you know, all putting something up on the reports. So we're going to be looking at, you know, campaign sales and what's happening. And so obviously anyone under, you know, $2,000 really hasn't really been working consistently, hasn't had a consistent schedule, because $2,000 is $500 a week. $500 a week means at a minimum you've been doing 3 to 5 demos, even if they weren't really crappy, you know. So 5 demos a week should be 2 or 3 sales. 2 or 3 sales statistically is $600 to $900 on national averages. So again, something that's been lacking has been that structure and making sure everyone has a set schedule that you're excited about. Before we leave today, by the way, that's something I want everyone to give to me, is what does your schedule look like? When are you in the office? When are you studying? What's happening on what days? And how are you getting 5, 7, or 10 demos done per week? And I don't think anyone needs to be doing 10 plus demos unless you really wanting to go hard for some big numbers. Cool, but I mean, in that 5 to 7 demos per week, you're going to be at a really solid place if you're doing that. All right, so make sure that you guys are on top of stuff. Second, we have personal recruiting report. Daniel right now is number 2 in the Southwest region, personal recruiter. So that's pretty hot, and want to make sure you guys keep growing and building that. We've got Jade for Northwest, and then we have Ms. Zyla at the number 9 spot. Things just getting started, all right? So can you get yourself on the top of the report for Southwest region? We want GCK dominating this report, like all Gulf Coast. So building your team, coaching your team, and helping them be some of the top people, not just in our division, but top regionally and nationally. So great job to you guys, by the way. Then we have financial fitness, and I want to point out, and again, this is another other rankings that you guys are gonna have. I know some people haven't transferred stuff over, and I included this in the email. I didn't include what was in your tax withholdings. You could have looked it up yourself, but you can thank, I had Valerie helped me last night get all the actual withholdings that were in your guys' tax withholdings. All right, so we've got that can transfer. So we've got right now in your management savings, Jacob Gonzalez is leading the charge at 6168. And then he's got 119 in his tax, and I know he'll put more money in there. There was a mix-up with schedules, and he's at helping with the state fair. Miss Ashley White, 5317. She has 8,280 also in her tax withholding, so over $14,000 or close to it in savings. Mr. Jacob Gordon has 3,000 in his management and over 3,000 in his tax withholdings. And by the way, you won't need that. A lot of you guys, we set up more aggressive tax withholdings on purpose so that you could slide more into your savings. You don't need that much for taxes, just so you're aware. You know, depending on what you guys earned, maybe 500 bucks, maybe. Some of you might be a little more, some of you it'll be less. I made 22 grand my first year in Cutco. My taxes were like 200 bucks. All right. So it's pretty cool. We get a lot of tax breaks from the government currently. We'll see after the next elections, right? So right now we get a lot of great tax breaks. Then we've got Adrian Gonzalez with 2852 in his savings, and then over $500 in tax withholdings. Jude 2740, Philippe over 2,000, Daniel just shy of 2,000 between the two, about $2,100 in there. We've got Miss Marissa. She's over $1,000. I know she's streaming over from Clear Lake, and then over 285 here. Alex, who will be streaming, she's streaming from school, who's over $900 in her management and over 462 in her tax. Zach over or just shy of 800 in management, 285 in tax. Mr. Cameron 556. Veronica 289. And I share this too because for you guys to go, and we'll talk about Olean later about to be approved, we're going to do signups and stuff here. Today you have to have a minimum of $600 in your savings for them to invest the money for you to be in Olean. And really, it's an expensive trip, and you guys get product to sell to help out with it. But it is just an unreal trip to be able to go to the factory to meet. Like I have had the ability to go every single year I've been in Cutco. So I love going up there, taking another family and seeing everybody. They've seen me since I was like 20 years old, and I'm like 34 now. But I'm always like, hey. And people have worked there forever, by the way. And you'll meet people who have worked there 30 years, 40 years, 50 years who have worked in the factory in Olean. They take a lot of pride in what they do. It is such a cool thing. But anyway, over 600 bucks. So some of you guys need to slide some stuff over. Like Ashira has over, Zyla, you have over 600 here. So sliding some over. Ashira has over $1,000 here, sliding some over. Josh, you have almost $1,000 here, sliding some over unless you bought a check or cash. But we can just slide some over, keep putting some stuff in there. We have Catherine, you have 238 here. You can slide some stuff over and put some money in there as well. Kamani has over $800 here, and I know he's got a bunch of savings too. Ricky over $1,100 here. Chavez, all his money's here. He's got almost $6,700 here, which I know he wanted to slide over there. Caitlin has money there. Rivera over 1,000 here. John Austin, you have over 1,000 here. So just sliding some stuff over there to make sure you have it in your, because right now to corporate, you have nothing saved. Like this kid's not even a candidate, you know? So making sure you slide that there, say, hey, this is, you know, my savings. So sliding some of that over. I know Zach called me yesterday. He wanted to slide all his over here. He's like, yeah, I want that all to be there. Barbara, 1280, sliding over there. So making sure you guys are set up.
What's that first yellow column?
First yellow column is what you've put into your management, and this is what you've earned off like AM pay. That's in there. All right. So these are people like actually like wrote a check or put like that they've said put this into my savings. All right. So great job with that. But I think about for you guys as we go into this year, you know, what could happen this next year if you really performed at your maximum potential. And for anyone who's new to working with me, it's something I constantly talk about, you know, and it's just what I'm very passionate about is helping people maximize their potential and really taking advantage of whatever gifts you've been given. We've all been given different gifts, talents, utilizing those, you know, at premium at the top level. So I want to challenge you guys on that and really not forgetting that everything you're doing now for yourself really does affect later, good and bad. you know, and every action you're taking. I had a couple conversations in the last 48 hours. I've had some pretty intense conversations with probably a dozen people. We're really dove in and we're just kind of talking about stuff. And you can't forget, even sometimes it's easy to lose connection on like, is what I'm doing right now, does this really have anything to do with, like, not forgetting the muscles that you're flexing that are going to be so much stronger later in whatever you do, you know? And everything you're doing now and this job, this weird knife job, like flexes so many muscles and mental toughness and organization and people skills, and you know, that mental stuff that comes from dealing with rejection and time management. There's just so many great muscles that you learn here, networking, connect, making people feel comfortable, right? And building rapport and trusting you right off the bat, and how far that goes in business and in life for you when you're able to transfer those things and just being, and you might look at it like it doesn't seem like much. Let me tell you, there are a lot of very awkward people in the world. There's people that don't know how to connect, you know, and there's people who are in their 40s and 50s that hear no and they like fall apart. They have no idea how to deal with rejection. So you don't even realize the muscles that you're gaining now that are going to be just there later, and you're like, oh yeah, whatever. And it just doesn't faze you, and you're just so much stronger because of that. So don't forget that, you know, as we're going through here and developing you guys. So I mention this all the time with anyone I ever coach. You know, this is something that I learned years ago, and it's that change is hard in the beginning, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. I absolutely love this quote, you know, but anytime you're adjusting to something new, it's a little bit messy at first. You know, I think about people going to school for the first time. I think about people like implementing something new, right? Whether you're implementing GCLA and school, you didn't have that before, or you're now an athlete and you're a collegiate athlete. And just anytime you're changing a schedule, a pattern, you know, adding or subtracting something, it's always a little bit messy. It's a little bit, you know, it's hard to just get adjusted, a little bit messy in the middle, but it's amazing what happens, you know, as you keep growing and developing. So don't forget that. It's okay if things have been a little bit hard getting accustomed to stuff. It's okay for it to be a little bit messy in between, you know, but know that it's good for you, that it's part of the process. If you never change, you're never going to improve, you know. So don't forget that, that's part of constant and never-ending improvement. So as a group, as a team in our Leadership Academy, you know, our mission really is, as managers, the DM team, myself, we want to develop the highest quality leaders in and out of Vector. You know, we really do want people who are champions in and out of the business. And that's something that's very, very important to me. And what I love about this is not forgetting that what we do now is preparing you guys for later. To have the best practices, the best firms, be the best leaders, the best parents, because of the things that you learned here. They're just better human beings all around. You know, I always brag about that to anyone I talk to, but I'm like, anyone that goes through my program, they just kick ass at life, like at such a higher level. And I take a lot of pride in that, all right? The people that work with me, they're just better at everything, all right? Because I just, and it's just because I was coached before, and I always coach people to really push beyond whatever the heck their brain thinks that they can do. They can always do more, and they're always capable of more. They're always capable, you know, capable of more impact. So I want to remind you guys of this. You know, you guys saw this in the summer, those who are in Alliance with me, and I want to remind you guys of this as you go through life. The champions in life get this and follow it. That you made a decision. You made a decision for whatever the heck it was, you know, whether you joined a club, you told your parents you would do something, you were involved, whatever it is. When you make a decision, you made a decision and said, I'm going to take advantage of this job. I want to stand out. You know, you made a decision to do something. And guys, you're not always going to feel like it, okay? And some people lead with the feeling. And they're like, oh, I feel like this today. So they take actions that match their feeling. And it's usually not in line with their decision. And many times takes them a completely different way. But if you made a decision to go a certain route, and you every day, all right, you take actions that match that decision, all right, you might not always feel like it, but I'll tell you what, you're always taking actions that match your decision. In the end, you always freaking feel good about it, you know? And you don't always feel good about it when you act based on feeling. Then you're like, oh, shit, I probably shouldn't have done that, you know, or I probably should have done that. Either way. But when you always act in line with the decision you had made in the end, would you guys agree? Like, you're like 10, you know, like you feel good that you did it. Even something as simple as going to the gym, where you're like, I made a decision to do this. Like, I don't want to do it. But I'm like, nope, I made a decision. I'm going to do it. And at the end, you're like, oh, I'm glad I did this. And you like feel good that you did it. That happens to me all the time because I'm like, I don't want to go to the gym. All right. As like health conscious as I am, I love staying active. I love eating well. I hate going to the gym. I love going boxing. I love classes. I love playing volleyball. I hate lifting weights with a passion. I just don't enjoy it. But I'm like, I made a decision that I want to tone up. Therefore, I must lift weights, even though I don't feel like it. But then later, I'm like, oh, I feel good. I'm getting tight, you know. So, are your actions in line with the decisions that you made? Keep that in mind always, and not forgetting the 5 pillars of GCK. You know, are you acting in a way of class and professionalism? You know, with what you do, what you say, how you carry yourselves in your office. Do you have your fundamentals down? And is anyone you coaching, do they have their stuff down? Ask them. I dare you. You know, take 2. If you don't already have at least 2 mentees in your office, pick up 2 mentees in your office and say, hey, I want to coach you. I want to mentor you. Make sure they have their crap down, all right? Ask them, hey, ask me for recs. Ask them, hey, close me. Let's see what the hell they do. I don't care how they lead into it, they lead out of it, but those bullets, like those main like they need to have those down. They need to be able to say, I get paid every time I show crack code, and I can only call people the person recommended to. So what I need you to do while I clean up is jot down 200 to 300 people who might be nice enough to help me out. I'm not looking for anyone you think would buy. Just anyone nice enough to take a look. Here's how my sponsorship works. You know, are they set up for success? Do they have proof? Do they have rec finder? Are they using their sponsorship? You know, there's just things you want to make sure that they're set up properly so that they can succeed at the highest levels. So making sure that you're helping them, you know, whether it's role playing with them, taking them field training, and you have them close you in the car, whatever it is, because we need to have that in order to have the sales performance. And are they thinking bigger about what's possible? You know, to me, it really like what is, and you hear the big guys talk about this, right? You heard it in the summer when Justin Ledford, right? And you say, what's a big order? You know, everyone has a different definition of what a big order is. But if someone's saying like $1,000 a week is a really great thing, I'm like $1,000 a week is an average order to the top people, okay? To many of you in this room, it's 2 orders or less, okay? Most of you guys $1,000 when you look at your averages, because our divisional average is $400, which means there are people in here who have $500, $600, and $700 average orders, and some might be higher, and there's people that have lower. So, you know, $1,000, like, oh, such a big thing, you have 2 sales, you know? So really thinking like, what standards do you have for yourself that you might just be limited to time, but it's like, man, you know, like, what am I doing to always keep improving and really seeing what's possible? We're having a push, commit to the numbers and say, okay, here's my numbers, you know, let's go out there and make some big sales happen from just having more appointments, you know, but just have higher standards for yourself in terms of what's possible and adjust those based on you. Number 4, explicit team building. So again, this is a big factor in where GCK is going to go, and we'll be talking a lot about that, making sure that we're always doing things to grow our sales and contribution. So there's a book that I had recommended for you guys to read, and I would love, and this is something that if you want to write me your takeaways from this, I want to, if anyone wants to like raise their hand that did get to read through this already. I know some people have been reading it. Some people have read it before. But takeaways, if anyone wants to butt in and give any takeaways. And then later, if you ever want to submit takeaways from the book and what you gathered from it, that'll be extra credit, you know, towards your matrix scores. Those are big when we're making decisions. But anybody have any feedback from this book so far? You look horrible.
I stand correctly.
All right. One.
I mean, it really is a roller coaster. There's ups and downs, but you got to know that on your way down, you're building momentum to make it over the next hill. That's definitely something I know.
Any other things? Anyone else actually read some of this yet? I know he's been reading it out of here. By the way, this right here, one of the best business books, you know, that I read in terms of just really, really embracing the mentality of what it is to be an entrepreneur. You know, people all the time want to run businesses, want to start businesses. It's an amazing book. It's a super easy read, and it's not required. But for those of you who really want to grow yourselves and want to take it higher, this right here is fantastic and really, really talks about what it feels like, what it looks like, you know, and it really gives you some great tools, which we'll talk about in running a business and running an organization. But for those of you who want to excel, like people, this was something, you know, Daniel asked me yesterday when we were talking, he's like, what do you do to learn or keep growing or whatever? I said, read, you know, like audiobooks and regular books. And there's so much great stuff. And I didn't like to read before. So I started listening to audiobooks to feed myself and make sure I was getting great content, where now I really do enjoy reading. but wherever you're at, like there's just so much content. Are you constantly feeding your mind with the right things to focus on to make sure you guys are growing at the highest levels? And we really want to help you guys do that and really support you guys, all right? And I'm going to wrap up with this so we can dive in. I had other things that I was going to go through, but I want to make sure as we think about, again, growing as people, growing as leaders, this is something that you're going to hear throughout your time with Cutco. It's a great book that has nothing to do with Cutco. It's something that Dan Cassetta came and spoke to our guys about last year. I love this book. It's another quick, easy read, The 4 Agreements. But it really talks about 4 things, which, by the way, makes you incredible people, makes you live your life at such a higher level when you're living in this fashion, and really will pour in to everything you do to help you have better relationships, whether in business or out of business. And the 4 agreements, number 1, being impeccable with your word. And it talks about speaking with integrity, saying what you mean, okay? And it says avoid using the word to speak against others. Can you be intentional about that? It's so easy to use your words to like talk crap about somebody else or gossip about something. But really using the power of your word in a good direction. The second thing, which is humongous, don't take anything personally. As human beings, we're wired to take things personally all the time. Nothing others do is because of you. All right, be able to separate and understand that they might have their stuff going on. That is not your fault. I see people have trouble and things with their parents, have stuff with that. Like, you gotta be able to separate and not take it personally. If you know that you're doing things properly and you're living in line with what you're supposed to do, any crap that they have going on and that they put on you, like, that's their shit. That's not yours. So don't make it your issue, But that's really important that, when people are acting out, if you're in line, like, you can't take things personally. So what others say and do is a projection of their reality, their own dreams. And when you really are, you make yourself immune to what other people think, you're not going to be a victim to all their stuff. Do you feel good about where you're at? The third thing is don't make assumptions. This is something I'm constantly coaching even my managers on a consistent basis. District managers, people that I work with, anyone, don't make assumptions. Ask questions. Ask questions. Get clarity, all right, on things. Don't just assume. It does nothing good for anybody. So make sure that you're always asking questions. And by the way, you can say, hey, it seems like to me, like this is how this came across. Is that what you meant? Or hey, is this whatever? Versus like, oh, they went this. Like, well, no, not necessarily. They might have said this or that, but don't assume it's because of X, Y, and Z. They could have just had a bad day, and that's why they were short with you. Not because they didn't like you. Maybe they just found out their grandfather passed away. They were in a really bad mood. Don't assume it's because of you. So what is maybe they were snappy, but find out why. Don't assume it's because they don't like you. Something like that, like as simple as that. Never assume. So communicate with other people clearly so you can avoid misunderstandings. And just, with this, and by the way, this is huge. Like, it's just so crazy how much you will save yourself in heartache. And it's crazy as humans what we do. Even as Celia had a girlfriend do this, and we laughed about it. I'm like, you were all night beating yourself up. And she like was dating this guy, and then they were supposed to go out, and he never like came to pick her up, and he never answered her phone all night. And she was like, oh my gosh, she was like in tears. Like, I'm not gonna say her name, but a really good friend of mine. And I was just like, dude, she's like in tears crying, like, we're supposed to go out tonight. He was supposed to get me, and then he didn't answer his phone. He hasn't answered, and then she's like, he still doesn't answer his phone, all this stuff. And she was like a freaking mess all night. And the guy got into an accident, and his phone was dead, and he had no charger or no way of charging it. And he contacted her the next day at night, like, hey, I'm so sorry. I got into an accident. This happened, whatever. I was so looking forward to our time together. And she spent 24 hours of like, what the hell? What's wrong with me? Assuming like this guy just like no showed, no call, like ignored all her calls. And he got in an accident, and then his phone died, and he like couldn't charge it, So again, like just that, like she drove herself nuts and put all this crap in her head from just like assuming. I was like, dude, just let it roll and just see what happens and find out what happened before you like tear yourself up. So whatever, it's a simple example, but people create all sorts of crazy scenarios in their head when they assume things versus finding out what really happened, okay? And lastly is always do your best. And this is something that, again, I've prided myself on for years. It's like, if I'm going to do something, I really want to give it 110%, you know, and not because it's like, oh, because I want to be great at this. No, because it's who I want to be. I want to be someone that when I do something, I do it. And it doesn't mean I have to work all the time. You're like, I commit one day. When I was a manager in Cutco and I was in school, I committed one day to Cutco, and I wanted to make that day great. And I was committed to making that day a grand day. And guess what? I did. Every Saturday I had a grand day when I was in college. Every single Saturday. And to ensure that, what did I have to do? I had to book 5 to 7 demos that day to make sure it always got done. Sometimes it was done on one sale. Sometimes it took 4 sales because it was a really shitty day. And it was like, peeler, 2 knives, starter set. And it was like, galley, oh my God, you know, or whatever it was. But that was something that I wanted to have, that consistency of being able to be counted on as a top performer and being able to be counted on for that $1,000 a week, no matter what, even around my crazy busy schedule. You know, and so I had just a standard that I was like, that is my best. When I was in school, that was my best. My best is the day that I'm working, I'm going to make it a grand day. And so identify whatever that is. Don't put crazy things above you. Somebody goes, well, if I'm going to do it, I'm just going to, I'm like, it doesn't mean you have to freaking work all the time or commit a certain amount. It means that the time that you do a lot to something, you give your best effort. Does that make sense? So whatever time you allot to something, like when you're working on schoolwork, like freaking focus on it and get your schoolwork done. When you're with family, like be the best daughter, be the best sibling, be whoever. You know, when you're doing work, put your best foot forward. You know, like don't cut corners in what you do. So it says here, your best is going to change from moment to moment. It'll be different when you're healthy as opposed to sick. Under any circumstance, simply do your best, and you'll avoid self-judgment, self-abuse, and regret. And again, 4 agreements that you can make with yourself that are so simple when you look at it, right, in theory, but so much harder to really execute as human beings because of how our brains are wired. So I want to challenge you guys always. And as you're going through this, you know, Leadership Academy, yes, we're going to teach you guys how to freaking run businesses. You know, our best internships are entrepreneurship internships. You know, those who get a chance to be a district manager, like that's an amazing opportunity, an incredible starter job, incredible way to learn layers of developing a company that you might stick with Cutco long term because you love what we do. And in our business, we are skills for life teachers. That's what we do, you know, long term in this business. Or you might take the skills and the layers of learning how to run a business and take it elsewhere, you know, and that's fine. And we want to make sure you're maximizing your time here and you're not taking for granted what you do have in front of you, because you do have an unbelievable opportunity to gain money and unmatched experience. And we want to make sure that you guys get that. So to start us off, we were supposed to start this about 20 minutes ago. We're going to dive in right now. Is we are going to match up because you guys are going to create each other, and then we're going to call in some people. But what I want to do is, I think actually everyone in the room can be matched up with whoever. We are going to go through, and by the way, I want you guys to really give yourselves each other a proper grade. And we're going to walk around. I'm going to listen to what you guys are doing and what's happening here. But we're going to go through. We said we're going to be drilling your face-to-face approach. So you guys should have that. We're going to be drilling your PR approach, okay? So I'd like for you to match up with someone from a different office, okay? And you're going to role play with them. So you're the person on campus they're coming up to, and you're going to role play with them. Don't be dumb. Just have a normal conversation, you know, like anything you've encountered. You're just like, oh yeah, what is it? You know, and that way they can do their approach. If they call you as a PR, you're just like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, you know, and have a conversation. But I want you to be able to grade them on how they sound going through there, all right? So are they hitting the main points? You know, are they comfortable with it? Are they able to have that conversation? If you still need to look at your notes a little bit, you look at your notes a little bit, and you're probably not going to get a perfect score, which is fine if you don't have it memorized, because these are conversations. Now, by the way, the PR approach, you don't need to have it memorized. You can read from that. The face-to-face approach, nobody should have a 5, which a 5 is a perfect score, unless they're doing it off the top of their head. If you're still reading it, at the highest end, it could be as a 4, because the face-to-face approach, you need to have it memorized. You're not going to walk up to somebody on campus and be like, so, did you know, like you need to be able to talk to them. And it's like, hey, do you guys know anyone who might possibly leave for some part-time work? And be able to go through that, all right? So person testing them, if you want to have that and look at it, and what we can do, if you want to role play it twice through and then go ahead and do it, we can do that real quick. But you're going to give each other a grade, 1 to 5, 5 being perfect, all right? 3 being average. You guys can do the rest of the numbers, right? So 1, not so bueno. Has not really looked at this much at all right? But you're going to grade each other on this, and then we'll spot check a couple people randomly on stuff. All right, so first one we're going to do is face-to-face approach. So I want everyone to stand up. We're going to grab a partner, move around the room here. All right, so everybody grab a partner. Let me know if anyone's partnerless. Ready, set, go. You have 3 seconds to get a partner who's not from your office. 1, 2, 3. Who's your partner? All right. So Raz, boom, right there. All right. Who's missing a partner? Raise your hand if you're missing a partner. Who's your partner? Who's missing a partner? Veronica, you're with Austin. Austin and Veronica. All right, let's go. Face to face. Ashley. I can't see your face. What's up, dude? Here, Eric's gonna grade you real quick.
Yeah, no, it's coming with the lights. It takes real skill.
Probably the fact that
Did you guys all, who still hasn't gotten their grade? Raise your hand if you still haven't gotten your grade. You guys are still role playing? We're still missing a couple? And by the way, those who have done it, do it freaking again, or I'm going to go around and spot check you guys. All right? Let's go. Yeah. By the way, if you're done, if you want to get your PR approach down, that's a big one. Let's see here. All right. Great.
Actually, I didn't even draw that
We can match them up or have them just do their face-to-face so we can get a grade. Where's Philippe? Philippe, you need to get a grade. Go face-to-face, approach him real quick so he can grade you fast. All right. Adrian, what did he get? How do we get him to a 5? Just be more comfortable. So like lack of connection. And something we struggle with. That's the idea. But that you not naturally like as personality connecting like off the bat. It's like once you know somebody, you are open up. But initially, it's like you go to business. Like, let's get like very like business center. It's like it's just a business person. Just trying to help you out, man. Trying to make you great. Gonna make you great. Let's go. right, what do we have as scores here? By the way, if your score is good, you can keep doing that. If you have your scores already, you can keep doing that. Or you can start role playing the PR approach and going around and getting scores in this one, okay? All right,
She said we Hey, so actually, since you know you do it on usually 17. So are you currently Somebody's been around since 1984. So what are you doing? Also, it's pretty well out. I'm literally on my So actually, so we're actually seeing
What are you doing here? I've been here. Good. Scholarships. Basically, what our revenue is
What if you had to wait?
I just wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah, but
Monty, find someone and practice it.
I'm trying to work.
If they read out,
It's just
Oh, really? Okay, perfect. Well, again,
she's the only one that's alive though. At 8 right now. And with it. Whatever. Ashley White got a 5. What did Jacob Gordon get? 4? Gordon got a 4? Those of you streaming, we need to get you tested. You need to have me graded. What did Ashira get? 3? If you want to role play that again, you can, or start role play. If you want to tell your partner, I'm going to role play first and then do it live and get graded, okay? So PR approach is active. Actually, by the way, for PRs, find a different partner. Swap partners for PRs. All right, not the same partner. Miranda, Rivero. John Bose, Barbara, Bahara, Zach. We need to grade you guys.
I said hi. Wow. Okay. I thought we were a little more like. He was like the only reason he got better was because he saw us at night. That's the reason why he's not sleeping.
What? No, Zach Short. Zach Short needs to get graded still. All right, let's go. Find, you guys got a different partner? Find someone else. PRs. Hey, Tanya. Alright, Tanya needs to be tested. Can you test Tanya real quick, please? Barbara, what's your rep number? You're all set? All right, I need grades. Ashley, we're gonna call you in a minute when we break into second level. When I go to the other room, we'll put you on FaceTime or something. I'm gonna use this to record second level while we're recording first level here. Yes, I need Oh, guys, when you do the grade for PR, I want you to ask a question and say, oh, what's the job? Or say, oh, how do I get paid? One of those two questions needs to be asked, and that's part of the grade. Is how they're handling that. Got it? Go! All right, and then I need your partner's grade. Let's go. Are you guys partners right now? Is this happening? Hey, we need one partner for Tanya. Who's partner left?
Can you rank them on how they dress?
I didn't ask that. I didn't say you know what? To get graded on their outfit and those shoot stuff. Austin looks awesome. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Any grades? You get graded?
I've been squatting lately.
Did you get graded? Okay. Let me start getting grades in here. Here, start getting grades in here for me. So this is our column. So anyone who has a number next to them, just yell out their name. Yo, Zach is starting to get scores for me. I need to rest real quick in the back. I need grades. You're still doing it?
Jacob! Jacob Gordon, what'd you get for PR? Adrian, you got a 1. 4. Because you voted me on the face to face. Hey, Jacob, what do you get on PR? I give you 5. Daniel. Hey, Daniel. Veronica, what'd you get on PR? Austin, what'd you get? Sila, 2, 1. Shira.
We definitely both had 4.
What'd you get on PR? What'd you get on PR? What'd you get on PR? What'd you get, Josh? Hey, Josh. What'd you get PR? Catherine Pierce. What'd you get for PR? 4.
So I never
Joe.
You don't need to look at her.
Hey, Nicholas. Nicholas? Where's Nick? Nick. Hey, Nick. Nicholas, what'd you get from PR?
Josh, that was GM. Nice work so far. Your boy's kicking everybody's butt. Number 1 seller for the fall.
Oh, where you at?
Hey, Aaron. Five or 4. Hey, Dan.
Can I get any volunteers to help grade these guys? It's done. You guys, here, can you grab one of them? Can you grab, like, let's grade these guys. Team up with them. Is he already graded? Did you already grade him? Yeah. I need 4 people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Team up with them. Face to face and PRs. Let's get them graded. Yo, have them face to face approach you more. Let's get them amazing at that. And then PR. By the way, doing it once or twice does not make you a master. When you've done it 10,000 times, you're a master. So keep going. All right, let's go. Get it down. You need to use the toilet. You need to do jumping jacks. You need a water. This is the time to do that. And then keep practicing. What's up, girl? All right, both is who? Chavez? Yeah. Perfect. Last year, by the way. Last year, it's like more teaching right now, like on your own. Yes. Adjustment. Grade them, grade them. Ashira, what did Ashira get on PRs?
Do you have the energy stuff? Do you have the energy stuff?
I do. You want to unite?
It's delicious.
Does anyone else need to buy an energy drink?
I do.
All right. Venmo me. Venmo or give me cash. $3 or $2 if you have your own water.
I got my own water. I got my own water.
All right, well then $2 for you. Actually, here's the price. Hold on. $2.50, $3 with the water. $2.50.
It's $3 with the water, and then $2.50 without the water.
Yeah.
50 cents. 50 cents is worth of full water.
Only 3 cold waters here.
I'm gonna use
I'm gonna do it put out.
You might want to just put it, like anything in the freezer.
Oh, you want to put it in there?
Yeah. Yeah, take those so that they're cold later.
Do you want me to want to check?
No, I'm gonna need those. Hey, any money? If you guys brought money orders or checks, Zyla's collecting money. I need their rep number on it as well.
I don't have a card anymore, so I couldn't stop my bank account Venmo it to you.
Okay. No, you can't send
I just got it.
Yeah, whenever you're able to, if you want to Venmo to somebody else, they give you money. Well, he was going to Venmo me, so. I mean, you can Venmo me and I'll write you a check. You just have to submit it. If you Venmo me and I'll write a check. For you.
Thank you.
All right. By the way, if you got graded on your PR already, you can keep writing that, or you can go to your interview because you are going to get spot checks on the interview. That's going to be next for drill, so you know the order of stuff. Oh, hello. It's all vitamins, CoQ10, good stuff for your body.
I said the gummy vitamin. Gummy vitamins.
Take a sip of it.
No, I still like the
I probably need it anyway. I've been up like I was
It has a
until
lot of stuff
1:30.
that's really good for your body.
Dude, no, actually, this tastes really good.
Do you want one?
I do. I mean, I don't have like $2 in cash. And I got a sweaty if you guys say it.
Ask your boy to buy it to hook you up. Some people like it stronger. Do you like it stronger?
You know what I got? Somebody all the time.
No, some people do. Like some people do it.
No, I'm sorry.
Bitter water. I'm saying the flavor. What it'll do is the same.
No, okay, yeah, I like it.
You can get spot checks on any part of the interview. By the way, you're not getting graded by your peer on the interview. Eric is going to be grading. You guys are going to be coming up. And actually, I didn't know you were going to be here right now, Jordan. So we might split the room into two. Are you available to help with grading for the interview?
I'm a runner, like green.
I didn't know you were here. It'll be, we can split, yeah, we can split the group. It'll be good. Yeah.
I'll let that right now. No, I can't. I quit. I gotta pay
One time I walked into I think it was like an interview, and I knew like half the people in my like PRs. And they were like, hey, Joe, what's up? And I was like, I mean, awesome. She's like, oh, I'll take whatever you want it. And all we have is like, you're such like expired. And I took the scoop and like dumped the scoop.
Took a shot.
I really dumped the scoop in my mouth and then chugged the orange juice. And everyone was like, whoa, it's so hard.
Oh, here's boys to give you some cash. Money and having hooked you up. Oh, you want a giant shake? Behind that. There, $5. Water's $1. All right, I need grades on PR for Daniel Langlois. What was he graded? 3. I need a grade for Ashira on PR. She's still doing it? Okay. Okay. I need a grade for Gray. What's Gray's grade? Perfect? The Gray's like, I'm perfect. Gray, you're losing weight. I can see it. It was good.
So, Olivia?
Thank you. I put in $1 for you. Who are we missing? We need grades for these guys.
Yeah, I got Olivia.
Huh?
Olivia?
Oh, she's new. We need to add her. I'm adding her in the bottom. Can you get the scores from me real quick? These are people who are here that we need to gain weight. Yeah, I don't know if he's on here. I need to add her.
Also, so the money in my withholding account was the money that I was putting towards this. So I know some people are like giving you cash or checks.
I need an email saying so I can send it.
Why set up?
Caleb, hold on, Caleb, what's the score? 4? He gave him 4. 3. He gave himself a 3. What's his score? Huh? I still need Roz. Roz, what's Roz's score? PR. 3. Okay, what's Arbara's score on PR? 3. I need Anita, Olivia, Tanya, and RJ's scores. All right. You got your scores. I would be looking over the interview. We're going to go break at any point. So let me see. Who are my GCLA students? Raise your hand. I know.
What'd you get on both of them?
Diversity. I might need a couple more white people though.
Yeah.
What'd you get? 4?
You're not. You're like, you know, I like that you have to call this.
Joe, is that Anita? Anita? Olive?
I thought Rob. Ran the George Bush back. At the library? Yes. Twice.
Get to the bottom of that. Take the hill. I was like, like 120 yards, right there. Yeah, RCO goes, take the hill. He starts taking off. He does. He does. Thank you.
I was at Columbia last week. She's like, oh, I remember them talking about me. I was like, oh, yeah. And I was with her. I know with her. And then she was like, you better race my kid. I don't know what you're saying. Of course I did. I don't know what you're saying. And then she was like, you never see me. I was like, I didn't know last time I was up. And so we really just so much. I was like, yeah, I was like, $500 worth my goal. I was like, yeah, I'm not this one. I walked from this house, and I got to all over from it.
Okay, we need everybody to grab seats. Let's roll. Grab seats. Don't worry about writing. Just tell them, don't write. Don't worry about board. I just want to see deliver the content. You're just gonna switch them each one. Like you're gonna just call on someone, they finish, switch, next person goes up, and however. All right, grab seats. I need all second level. This is your second time in GCLA or DMCs. There's like 5 or 6 of you. You're coming with me. Everybody else move up to the front of the room. But I need DMCs and second level coming that way. RJ, Anita, you guys can grab seats up here. All right, did we get their grades finally?
Most of them. Some of them are still doing.
I'm missing Anita's grade. RJ, PR approach. Who graded him on PR? It doesn't matter. We just want to see how you own the room and your delivery through that process. So you can read right off your script. Obviously, we're going to see how much you know it and how much you're still reading. That'll be a component as well. But we're going to go through different parts of the interview. So we'll split the room. Jordan will take some of the guys in this room. Eric will be with the other guys in this room. So we can go through and be giving you guys grades on that. So I want to make sure you guys are ready for that. And then we'll regroup. Eric's put together some thoughts for you guys on financial fitness. And really that'll be everybody. The other guys will be back for that. Then I have some wrap-up stuff for you guys. You're in the other room with us. So did you get money?
Looks like it.
I like money. Give me your money, honey.
Makes him go sell more.
Ron,
I don't know who to make it out to.
you can just make it out to Kathy Vasquez.
I can?
Yeah, so I can like go play. I'm like $1,000.
Does it work?
It's to Vector, but I'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it over there. So, step over. So you guys, let's get ready to take some notes. And then you guys are, I'm going with the other guys.
Sorry, no, my audience, this is all 101, correct?
All 101.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, no one in here has been through GCLA before.
Perfect.
All 101.
All right.
Have fun.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, see you later. Bye, guys.
All right, ladies and gents. How we doing? How we feeling?
Yeah.
We got energy. Y'all got your energy drinks that need it? Okay. It's like, it's fantastic.
Okay, let's go 30 minutes. Receptionist and Olean.
Okay.
And you can do group sign-ups here. You can save them for 30, and then we'll
Sweet.
split.
Let's keep track of time for me so I can focus on delivery. It is 5:15. We got until 5:45. I'm going to do maybe 10 minutes on,
5:21.
excuse me?
5:21.
Oh, goodness. I got to wind the rollers. All right, so 5:20?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so we got 5:50-ish for our stuff. Okay, so let's get moving. All right, so first of all, let's talk a little bit about Olean. Who has heard of Olean and why we go? Cool. Okay, so you guys actually know a bit about it. So I've done a lot of travel, and the first time I ever got on an airplane was to Olean, New York. I was 18. I had never been on an airplane before. Who's never been on a plane? Any of you? Okay, so this could be like your first time flying. It's super exciting. So you want to go to Olean. That's just, let me just say that you want to go. And so going to Olean, signing up for Olean, it is one of those things that's kind of like a rite of passage as a manager. You get to fly to Olean, New York. You stay at a casino on Niagara Falls, which I guess is kind of cool on two different levels. And the gambling and drinking age in Canada is 18. And there is, what else?
They can't see you on the camera.
All right, cool. So the gambling and drinking age in Canada is 18. You're gonna, if you don't like the hot weather we're having right now, it's nice and cool in Olean, so it's gonna be nice and crisp up there. I really like the cold weather, so that's another exciting thing. Another great thing is that Olean's kind of like all the cool people. So it's like all the DVNs, all the top managers to be. You get like shuttle bus on like these giant like carrier buses that are like really classy, high-end transportation. You go to eat at a restaurant called the Old Library. It's the only restaurant I've been to where everything is Cutco. Like all the place settings are Cutco. It's like buffet style, like all the serving tools on the buffet is Cutco. And so it's like an entire restaurant with Cutco. I'm kind of corny and cheesy. I think that's cool. So you get to go eat at the Old Library. There's a fun night in Niagara Falls where you get to go and hang out with everybody. There's generally a contest, a sales contest for the 2 weeks before it. The winners of the sales contest get limo travel to all the events, like the dinners and stuff. You don't get to go on buses or bus. You get to go in like the limos with Lloyd and all the important people. So that's kind of cool too. So, but you should all sign up for Olean. If you go on Vector Connect, it's going to be one of your options under event registration, event info. I don't know the exact way that it works this year, but it's going to work something like this. Sell a homemaker, go to Olean free. That's pretty much how it's going to work. So you sell a homemaker, and instead of
and again, don't quote me on this, it might be a little different this year, but it's like sell a homemaker or sell a galley, something of that nature, and then the commission, poof, disappears, right? So you don't get the commission, but it pays for your entire trip to Olean and back. You get the reservations, you get the flight paid for, all the transportation, all the food, all the meetings, all that. Just, it's a screaming deal. So like if you're at 30%, what do you make on a homemaker sale? It's like $10.91, so it's $300. You can't even get a flight to New York for $300. So it's a screaming deal, but Olean, New York is definitely something you should all sign up for. Okay, any questions?
What is like the actual like money cost? Because everyone has different commission levels, so
I don't know.
okay.
I don't know. But what I do know is regardless of where you're at in career sales, a homemaker, poof, pays for it. Okay? So I guess it would be a sweeter deal if you're at lower career sales.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So that's what I'm thinking too. So, but the other catch is that you want to have 600 in startup, okay? So you want to get your startup there. I think they generally give people to the end of October to do that. Okay, so get your 600 in startup. You can sign up today. It's a good idea to go ahead and sign up even if you don't have the startup in your account yet, and then just work to get it in there. Some of you just need to transfer it, right? Some of you got the money saved in like an assistant manager withholding or something. Just switch it over. You can call the company, or Kathy can help you with, or I can help you with this and get it switched over. Okay, so that's Olean stuff. Really basic stuff. You all need to get it. That's the basic gist of it here. This is one of those things that we will go to bat for you because you generally have to leave on like a Friday morning, maybe a Thursday night. I'll have to check. It's probably a Friday. So you'd need to miss a day of school. What we will do is that the managers and Lloyd, the region manager, will go to bat for you. We'll get you a letter, like a professional letter on letterhead, talking about you being accepted for this and that we respectfully ask that you be allowed to miss. I know that I have people in my office that play sports for high school and they play sports for college. And you guys, if you're not familiar with how this works, if you're an athlete, they actually have sponsored days where, let's say you've got a game out of state, well, you can miss class that day and skip class. And you still have to do your homework, you still have to do your assignments, but you're excused from actually being in that class as long as you do your work that you were going to need to do anyway. And so we'll go to bat for you. We'll get you that letter. We'll get you out of class to make sure you don't get in trouble. But that is something we'll do for you because you're probably going to have to leave on a Friday. Cool. Any other questions? Okay. Let's talk about being a receptionist. Who's made receptionist calls? A few of you. Good. Who's never made a receptionist call before and has no idea what a receptionist is? Okay. So the receptionist is going to be the person that we call anybody who books an applicant for an interview. Okay. Now, you probably noticed how when you're a rep, you have a script. And when you're doing clipboarding, you have a script. When you're doing your PR calls, you have a script. So guess what a receptionist also has? The scripts, okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through a few tips for helping you be a wonderful receptionist. Now, as the district manager in my office, I am the best receptionist, okay? And I can tell you, after doing this now for over a decade, if you are a good receptionist and you can set people for interviews and get the majority of those people to show up for those interviews, you're unstoppable. We work in a recruiting-based business, right? You want to guess where most of our recruits come from nowadays? They're PRs, right? So if you can talk to that PR on the phone, run through that approach, and get that person to show up for an interview, you're unstoppable. It's all about PRs and getting those people set for interviews and getting them to show up. Okay, so there's a few key tips here I'm going to give you. Now, when I talk about being a receptionist, I want you guys to understand that being a receptionist and calling PRs, they're going to be basically the same thing. Okay, the only difference, colloquially, between being a receptionist and calling PRs is just the source of who you're calling. Did they apply online? It's a receptionist call. Did they apply on campus? It's a receptionist call. Did their friend give you their other friend's phone number? It's a PR call. So really, it's all the same thing. It's just calling people and booking them for interviews, if I were to put it all under one heading for you. Okay, so whenever we talk about being a receptionist, there's only really 3 key things that I can tell you, and I want you to jot these down because this summarizes everything for you. You guys get a lot of approaches. You get a lot of stuff. I'm going to keep this real simple for you, okay? Number one, follow the approach. Follow the approach word for word. After you've done it a few times, as Zyla or anybody in here can attest that's done it over and over again, it becomes just common sense. It just flows, you know? How many times have you done it at this point, making calls? Probably like a million times, right? And so this is just something that you eventually get really good at and just kind of flows. But follow the approach. Make sure you're reading word for word. Great thing about talking over the phone, just like with your phone approach for rep, no one can see you. So just read off the paper. So that's the first tip. Follow the approach. Number two, build a relationship. Build a relationship. So I'm talking to Tanya on the phone, and you know, we're going through the approach, and she says she's a student. I'm like, oh, cool. Where do you go to school? And she's like, oh, I go to U of H. Oh, awesome. What's your major? Oh, biology. Oh, you must be really smart, huh? And then you can like hear her blushing through the phone. She's like, I'm okay. I'm like, so why do you want to go for biology? She's like, I want to be a doctor. I'm like, I told you, you are smart. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. But there's a really great book on building relationships, and it's called How to Win Friends and Influence People, written by a gentleman named Dale Carnegie. This is from the early 1900s, and it still applies today. And one of the big things he speaks about in his book, I guess writes about technically, is he talks about speaking in terms of another person's interest, right? So if you're talking to an athlete on the phone, guess what you're going to talk about to build his relationship with him? If you're talking to somebody that is a waitress, if you're talking to somebody that is a student, talk about their major, talk about their job, talk about something you can build a connection with them on, okay? I always enjoy talking to reps about video games because I find that most people play video games, right? And so that's something that we'll connect on, we'll talk about as well, okay? So build a relationship with them. It's easy to quit on a job interview. It's tough to quit on a relationship. Okay? It might not seem like that big of a deal, but that extra like 15 seconds that you take to build that relationship, they might get up the morning in their interview and be like, I don't feel like going to this interview. And then they remember how awesome you were on the phone. They go, I got to show up. You know, I got to, you know, because you built that relationship. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is going to be make sure you give them great directions. Make sure you give them great directions. Some of you can probably remember what it was like when you were brand new because it wasn't that long ago, right? For some of you. Well, if you don't remember, going in for a job interview can create a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, and it's not so fun for some people, okay? There are literally people that will get to your parking lot and can't find where to go and will go home. There are literally people that will show up in your parking lot, go into the building for the interview, get freaked out because they can't find the office, and then leave because they would rather not show up than to walk in 5 minutes late. Isn't that crazy? You're like, oh, I'd never do that. Well, that's why you're in this room and we're training you as a manager. But some people, that they will do that, okay? So the better you give them the directions on the front end, the less likely that is to occur. What I can also tell you is that I'm a big fan of sending text messages now. After I get off the phone with an applicant, most of the time you're making calls nowadays, you're calling from a cell phone, you're calling from your cell phone. In your offices, you're probably going to have cell phones. Well, as soon as you get off the phone, just have a message saved in your notepad on your phone and copy and paste that message right to the person that called you. 99.9% of the time, they're calling you from a cell phone so they can get your text message. In fact, I don't think in the last year and a half we've had anybody say, oh, I'm talking to a landline. I don't get a text message. They're all going to be easy to receive. Okay? So but type out a text message with the exact way to find the office. Make it like so simple and easy that anybody can figure it out. Your manager will help you with this. When you go to open your own office, they'll help you with that as well. But you want to make sure you send that text message. So those are the big three reasons why people show up for the interview. And this is the three big keys to being an effective receptionist or PR caller, or anytime you're setting somebody for an interview from campus. It's all the same thing now, okay? So let me go back to number one, because I want to stress and emphasize number one a little bit more. When we talk about following the approach, we also speak about handling objections the right way, okay? So you've got the approach, which you're going to do word for word, but then when they ask you questions, this is where a lot of people bomb, because you got to answer questions the right way. Answer questions from the approach. Answer their objections the right way. So those are the three things basically that are really the most important for being a good receptionist. You always need to know when your interview times are. One of the things that I can attest to is that when you're talking to somebody on the phone, more often than not, they want to be told what to do, okay? This isn't one of those things where, like, as a rep, you know how when you call a customer, you're like, oh, we can do time 1 or time 2, right? You don't want to do that as a receptionist. You want to literally offer them a time, okay? So, hey, Caleb, what's your schedule look like later today?
Pretty free after 4:30.
After 4:30? Fantastic. I know it's like super last minute, but I could squeeze you in at like 5:30. You think you can make that work for me?
Yeah.
Cool. All I did was find out when he was busy or not, and I offered him the next available time in the opening that he has. That's what you want to do as a receptionist. Okay? That's it. It's just really that simple. Okay? Any questions on being an effective receptionist? Follow the approach, word for word, including objections. Build a solid relationship and give great directions. I always like to end the phone call on like a positive note too. Hey, can't wait to meet you tomorrow, Zyla. I'm really looking forward to it. Have a great evening. And smile. Okay? They can't see you smile, but that's important. They can hear it to a certain degree. All right. We good? All right, fantastic. So, 2 seconds. Jordan. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump into the interview. We're a little behind schedule anyway, so this will give us time to get started. All right, go ahead and grab out your interview. What we're going to do is we're going to do round robin. We're actually going to have you go up to the front of the room. You're going to do a part of the interview, and then we're going to have everybody grade you. If you have a printed out copy, good for you. Here's a pro tip for you guys. When you're doing your actual interview in the office, do you think it's better to use your computer or better to use paper?
Paper.
Why?
You can hold your paper in your hand.
You can hold your paper in your hand. Can the paper die? Can the paper freeze?
No.
This, like, nothing can go wrong. It's great, okay? And I've tried using a computer, and I've tried all these different things. You've heard of Murphy's Law before? If it can go wrong, it will, okay? So you want to plan on these things, and always make sure you got a paper copy. Just another pro tip, when you print out a paper copy, see the numbers on the bottom? Make sure in the right order, okay? We got smart, we put page numbers on these. The last few times we made these for you guys, they didn't have page numbers. So yeah, just make sure all your pages are in the right order. Okay, so what we're going to do, here's the way it's going to work. We're going to have one of you come up to the room. The rest of you are going to be the interviewees. And we're going to have you do a section, okay? We're going to start at the beginning. Now, if you look at your 2017 Vector interview, we're going to do the group interview. So in your document, if you're looking at this electronically, or if you're looking at the paper, we're not going to do the first page. The first page is just going to be the pre-screening. So we're not going to be doing that today. So we're going to actually start at the group interview section, which looks like this right here, okay? I'm going to call you in random order, or if I can't see your name tag, I might just point to you, okay? And have you come up front and get started, okay? I'm going to be nice, and I'll let the first person who wants to go volunteer. Unless I don't get a volunteer, then I'll pick somebody. Excellent, Caleb. So Caleb's going to go first. And so we're going to have Caleb come up front here. In just a few moments, by the way, we're going to have Jordan come in and join us here, and Jordan's going to grab half of you, and we're going to transition half of you to the other room, so that way we can go through this a little bit faster. Okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to start at the beginning, and you're going to go until I say stop. Okay? Then we're going to have some feedback. Okay? Here's the way feedback works. You're going to tell him something he did good. It's the sandwich, Oreo sandwich approach. You're going to tell him something good. Then you're going to tell him something he could have as area of opportunity. Then we're going to end on something he did good as well. Okay? All right. Whenever you're ready.
Again, my name is Caleb Stout. My position here is assistant manager. I started in late July, early August, and I am a student at Glenn College. I'll be using my notes today to make sure I don't miss anything. Make sure to take good notes in case you were accepted so you can share details with your family. I can bring whoever I feel would be a great fit for our company and our team. Our most successful reps have 3 fundamental traits. First, they have a positive attitude. They don't let anything get them down. Second, they display a strong work ethic. When they say they're going to do something, they do it. Thirdly, and they also follow the program. The manual has been made by experts in this field. So follow the program and you'll get what you need to be done. This job is not for everyone. 80% of reps who start love it, have a great experience, and make a good amount of income. 20% realize that it's not for them, and not everyone has the work ethic for this type of job. That's okay. Everyone in our company starts off as a sales rep position. We only promote from within. Even our CEO sold knives in college. Advancement is very important to us. We are always looking for potential assistant managers and career office managers. We're in the Rocky Mountain Division, the #1 ranked division in the company. So that's kind of cool. #1, great. Our division manager is Drew Frank. He's won 10 national titles in a row and holds every major national sales record. Our office plays a major role in success of the division. Our district manager is Kathy Vasquez. Career highlight, she sold over $35 million worth of product. Today I will explain the position in detail and show you what you'll be expecting. At the end, I'll meet with you individually and should be able to give you a definite yes or no.
Excellent. Stop. All right. Feedback. Good stuff. Go. Raise your hand and then talk. Yes.
We're in GCLA, not Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, it's just like that.
All right. What else?
You were clear. You didn't ramble on.
Good. What else?
You explain well, like whenever you were talking about positive attitudes and stuff, you explain what you meant.
Excellent. What else?
On the 3 fundamental traits, you kind of put in a little bit more description to not just positive attitude, but excellent. So it's kind of have it.
Excellent. Areas of opportunity.
More eye contact.
That's why I know that.
I'd say there's more enthusiasm, just so they get excited too.
Gotcha.
What else? All right. End on something good for him again. What do you do? That was good.
You don't have fillers. You don't say, so, like you're really good speaking.
All right. Excellent. Thank you, Caleb. Let's give a round of applause. Yay. Okay, Veronica. Let's go, go, go. Go. Yeah.
Sorry.
Company section, right at the top.
Okay, Cutco, you mean to stand up or sit down?
Well, what do you think?
Stand.
Okay.
Okay. Cutco products started in 1949. Cutco is the #1 rated kitchen cutlery in the world with over $200 million in annual sales. It helps that we are American made and also forever guaranteed. Do any of you own Cutco already?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Cool. You guys have anything positive to say about Cutco, or they're really short? Cool.
My mom's had it for 10 years. It's awesome.
Awesome, awesome. So Vector is our student sales program, which started in 1981. With over 500 offices nationwide, Vector is the #1 employer of students in the U.S.
we are the most reputable and recognizable sales training program for the students. The Wall Street Journal and Vector as a top stepping stone job in the U.S. for young people. We are a national sponsor for DECA and DECA, and we work with all of our local high schools and colleges. Students love working with Vector for a lot of reasons. Our reps choose their own schedule, so it's very flexible, and it's perfect for school and sports schedules. The income opportunity far exceeds typical college jobs. Have you had a job where you worked harder than everyone else but just got the same pay?
Yes.
Did you hate that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awful.
Right. So our reps are paid based on their value, not just their time. What someone puts in is what they get out of it. The better the work ethic, the bigger the paycheck. Our reps tend to like that. Our environment and culture is unique. We work with motivated, positive young people who are goal-oriented but also know how to have a blast doing it. It's hard not to have fun in this type of business. We are very big into recognition, contests, and free stuff as well.
Excellent. Stop right there. Thank you, Veronica.
Okay.
All right. Good things. Good things.
You have a nice voice.
Thanks.
No filler words.
Huh?
Like you worked inside, there weren't any filler autographs.
Yeah, I was just gonna use half, right?
Whatever. Yeah.
All right, 2 more good things.
And just
I gotta get voice options.
All right, areas of opportunity.
This is actually something that Marilyn taught me. Just whenever, after every sentence that you finish, you end on a higher note like this. So it always sounds like you're unsure about something. So whenever she graded me online, she told me to just end your sentences on a lower tone. It just comes across confident instead of sounding unsure if you're ending every sentence on a high.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Excellent. Okay, so Caleb and Veronica are the only ones that have gone so far. All right, so let's do this half. Go to Jordan. Sally, you're up next. And you, this way. Good job. You're gonna come up here next. I want to hear you since you have a little experience. And everybody else this way. With Jordan.
Wait, you want to be here?
You're done. You do whatever you want. You're spectating.
I'm what?
You're spectating. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, yeah, you're fine. Stay here. He's got too many in there. And no chairs. How many chairs do you need? Let's take a look. How many chairs you need? 7 chairs. Everybody can grab a chair. All right. Excellent. Okay, very good. Hey, if it's too many, you can say something. But you're probably good. Okay. All right, we good? All right, ladies and gents, we're gonna go. All right. So, Zyle, do you remember where we were? Most importantly.
Okay.
Perfect.
Just start from there.
Yep. Whenever you're ready.
All right, so most importantly, the experience is second to none. The student job market is pretty tough, but you guys know that, that's why you're here. And getting a job after college is even harder, just because managers are looking for real experience. They're looking for soft skills such as communication and time management. And basic sales skills as well as goal setting is really crucial to any future job or career that you may come across. So here our reps do compete for scholarships and even earn President's Club letter, which looks awesome on resumes, job applications, internship applications, grad school applications. Basically, people that work here with Vector are a lot more equipped for their future than most people their age. So most companies do not enjoy working with students. They don't prefer working with students just because of things like availability and lack of experience. We, on the other hand, prefer to work with students. Why do you guys think that is?
Wait.
We prefer to work with students. Why?
Outside. We're constantly learning.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Yeah, so we enjoy working with students. One, they have awesome attitudes, very positive people. We have the best product in the world. We don't need a fancy salesperson. We just need someone to smile and have fun with our customers. Two, students are easy to train and they are willing to learn. You simply read from a manual here, you cut up some food, and you smile a ton. We really focus on customer relationships, and we just kind of let the product do the work. And lastly, advancement is very important to us. We're always looking for future leaders, assistant managers, career sales managers, stuff like that.
Excellent. You stop right there. Very well done.
Thank you.
All right, good thing she did.
Oh, you didn't have to read off the paper.
Eye contact. I second that. You'll notice how she'd look at the paper. She'd figure out where she's at and what she wants to say. She'd look back up and she would finish the thought with eye contact and look back down. Good. What else?
You don't ramble. On the script.
She made sure we were paying attention. She got like ask us questions about us talking.
You gotta do that.
Yeah, that I used to do. I used to do that.
All right, areas of opportunity.
Smile. Mary Lou taught me to not smile because I'm small and I'm a girl, and she's like, you need to come across mean.
And for the ladies in here, this couldn't be more true. Okay, call it a really terrible stereotypical profile, but if there's guys in the audience and there's a female doing the interview, the guys may not take you as seriously because you're a female. It's stupid, it's wrong, it's terrible, but guess what that means? As a female, you have my permission to be a bitch. Totally, okay? You make the guys like that. That's how they listen, okay? So like you're running an interview and someone asks that, and like, hey, how old are you? Guess what her response is? Old enough to decide if you get a job. Okay, oh shit, right? Okay, so ladies, you have my permission. Like that's how you gotta be as an interview. Okay, so good. I like the smiling sometimes, but most of the time, steel face. Cool. Cool. Excellent. Let's give a round of applause. Yay! All right. Let's go with Nick, please.
Alright. Cutco products are the world's finest. We have over 100 products in our line. We have everything from kitchen knives, gardening tools, to pots and pans. Everything we make must follow 3 fundamental guidelines. It must be rated #1, forever guaranteed, and dishwasher safe. And of course, American made. Have you ever heard of a pizza cutter that fits the description? Now you have. Cutco is one of the only products you can buy once, use every day, and never have to replace. If accepted to training, you will learn all about our products and how to present them to customers. But for now, I'm going to show you just a few of our most popular items.
Slow down.
Shears. Our shears are incredibly strong, and they come apart and go into the dishwasher. Next, we have our petite carver, which is our most highly quality knife. Straight edge, which is the most quality knives have straight edges, which dull quickly. Others have straight edges which rip and tear through your food and cannot be resharpened. Cutco is the sharpest knife in the world, and we are known for our unique double D edge. It is resist edge that has 3 straight edges between that has 2 points, so the sharp part that does the cutting never makes contact with the cutting board. Cutco knives will stay sharp for up to 10 years. In the presentation, our reps will get to cut and eat food with their customers. The best part about Cutco is our forever guarantee. If it ever breaks or needs sharpening, customers can send it back and we'll get it replaced for free forever. The guarantee applies to everything we make, which is one of the reasons we have over 20 million customers.
Excellent. Stop there. Thank you, Nick. All right, Steph, you did well.
Put emphasis in the there's points where you I don't know how to put it.
The tone.
Yeah.
Tone of your voice. That's one of my favorite things too. All right, what else?
You don't run interviews. You have to do this. You start off as that wasn't bad at all. It was good. It was concise.
All right, areas of opportunity.
Just need to get a little more confidence and make a read.
Shoulders back. Spread your feet out a little bit. Shoulders back a little bit more. Y'all notice the difference?
Yeah.
Good. Like that. Excellent. Thank you, Nick. Let's give a round of applause. Yay! And Nick, just so we know, you have not run any interviews yet, right? Okay. Tanya. We are, I believe we're on the table knife.
Oh, okay. Alright, so does anyone like steak?
Love
Yes.
Alright, so check this table knife out on some tough leather. Pass it around.
Gosh.
Okay.
I want to buy that right now.
Alright, so customers can buy individual knives or sets. In our area, we sell a lot of sets. Then we have a whole line of outdoor items, including our military knives called K-bar. Does anyone know the K-bar knives?
Yeah.
Perfect, awesome. So our Fisherman solution has been rated as the top fillet knife for over 30 years. Now, out of 10 people who were already interested in seeing Costco saw all 100 products, how many do you think will get at least something?
Everyone.
Exactly, right? Most people buy. Our national average is 6%. Our office average is actually over 50%. Sales range from $40 to $4,000, and the national average is $250. But our office average is a little bit over $300. And customers can split out their payments up to 5 months, so it's affordable for all families. Why do you think we choose not to sell in stores? Adrian?
Because we couldn't. Well, because you need to see what's going on. You can't see all that cool stuff on the show.
Right. What do you think another option is?
It's more personal.
It's more personal, right? So to really understand the quality, customers need to see them in action, right? And because we are in stores, we have zero markup, so Cutco's are actually cheaper than all of our high quality competitors. That makes it easy on customers and on our reps. And UPS delivers, so our reps just take care of paperwork. The whole presentation takes about 45 minutes to an hour. Now our target.
Perfect, right there. Let's stop. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Yay! Just want to make sure I'm saying it right. Is it Tanya? Tanya. Okay, so positive feedback for Tanya. What you do well?
Direct questions.
Yes.
Direct questions. Call on people's names.
Multiple questions too. Usually when, most people like, do one question, get an answer. You went and made everyone happy.
You have a very commanding presence, and your the way your voice sounds is unique and engaging. I think that's going to really help you with your interview. Absolutely. All right, areas of opportunity.
Can you talk a little louder?
Okay, and part of it's the fan. We're just trying to keep you guys cool. What else?
Pillars. So say same thing.
Don't be shy with areas of opportunity, guys. This helps everyone be better. And then good stuff to end up. I think that your timing went well. You had good timing spaced out for the interview.
Yeah, you had good pauses on comments and stuff. You didn't just fly by.
Excellent. Let's go round of applause. Yay! All right, Adrian. And you're on sales program, page 5. All
Our target customers are married ladies between 30 and 60, basically every household in America. We do presentations in the customer's home. So where do you think is the best place to see a product like Hunter? Kitchen. Yeah, exactly. So our reps like it because they're cutting food and getting fed on all the presentations. I mean, me personally, over the summer, I rarely bought myself lunch. Mrs. Jones always had something for me. So there is absolutely no door-to-door telemarketing, canvassing, or cold calling. It's based on referrals, so we only see friends of friends of friends. Now, our reps can only call customers who they are personally recommended to, so it's always a warm, comfortable environment. Now, they're constantly meeting new people, but never seeing strangers. Now, at the end of every presentation, our reps simply ask their customer who they think would be nice enough to see the presentation. The average customer refers 3 people, but many refer 10 or more. Most reps average between 5 or 10. Now, who do you think our customers typically refer to? Neighbors? Yeah, family, friends, neighbors. So customers love giving referrals because it's a great product and we want to help our students. Now, we want to make sure our representatives are only calling referrals who are expecting a call. So the customers will either call or text the referrals to get permission for the rep to call.
Stop. How many times have you done this?
I think you did really well. Like the tempo, the timing, you're engaged in the audience. That's just my feedback. What do you guys think?
Yo, they're good posture, but they also like kind of get to some like how you move back and forth, not staying where
Areas of opportunity.
fillers.
Yeah.
A little bit of filler.
Yeah.
A little bit of slow down.
Barely.
I would say I can tell that you try to make a lot of eye contact with the interviewees, but it's like to the point where you're just like looking up like this. I would say personally what helps me is just reading the first part of the sentence and then just staring at them and finishing the sentence versus like moving your eyes. I wouldn't say it's distracting, but I would just.
And professional attire for interviews.
Yeah, no, I don't dress like this.
I'm just giving them a hard time. All right. Thank you, Adrian. All right. I'm running out of name tags to see. Want to do Aaron next? Aaron? Come on up, Aaron. All right. So, Aaron, you're halfway down the page.
All right. So every customer is already expected. So every customer is already expecting a call, and they have already agreed to see the presentation. This ensures that we're only showing to interested customers. Since the connection is already made, our reps simply call a referral, find a time that works in both of their schedules. Each appointment leads to about 3 more, and then 3 more. As long as a rep follows the program, they will never run out of customers. It grows exponentially. To begin the process, our reps start through the paid practice presentation. After practicing with each other during training, who do you think our other reps feel most comfortable practicing with next?
People they know.
Yeah, probably people they know. I know when I first started off, I called my mom and dad just so I could get my initial nervousness out of the way. It would be awkward to show to complete strangers right out of training. So our reps practice with relatives, families, friends, and then friends' parents. This allows our reps to practice their presentations while getting paid and then begin the referral process. Most of our reps will start with about 15, some more, some less. Our reps who are more social or have parents with a very large network typically start with more than 15. This will allow them to hit promotions more quickly and to build a lot of referrals right away.
Stop. All right, good. Positive feedback. He projects well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
What else?
Yeah, I know what personal story.
I like how you get feedback about your situation. You seem confident in what you're saying.
Notice his posture. Shoulders back. Very matter of fact. Okay, good tone, good pitch. All right, areas of opportunity.
His voice would be a lady. Get like really loud and start to quiet, really loud.
Okay, I didn't notice that. That's good. What else?
More eye contact.
Fidgety. Okay.
Eye contact.
I would say you're tall and you have a deep and loud voice. So to a lot of interviewees, like you're already nervous. So when you come across that way, like you should try and smile more. just because you would be very scary to some people. Like, if I were just coming into an interview and like I would not look at you. Oh my god, he's so big.
So kind of like the polar opposite of what we just said for the girls. Large, intimidating man. So like it's even cool for someone like you to sit down and smile all the time. You're like their best friend. That's okay. Cool. Excellent. Give a round of applause. Yay! I really like what I heard. You did a great job. Okay. Let's see. Next. Kimani, I know that you haven't done a lot of this. Would you like to go next? You want to come up and yeah, come on. Let's listen. So he's never done any of this actually. This is his first time looking at it. And so he did a role play with me a little bit earlier. I was pretty impressed just for the first time. So let's see how he does. Go ahead. We are at the top of page 6.
It's live.
Yeah, it's live. You're on camera.
Okay.
Celebrity.
All right, I guess I'll try my best. All right, so there's an obligation to buy, but do you think a lot of people end up buying? Yeah, of course, right? So for reps new to the area, we have virtual demos for reps to do online presentations. A guy named Casey Green sold 20,000 virtual appointments around her school schedule. Yeah. The referral process begins right away. So do you see how this builds exponentially?
Yep.
And again, we are only showing friends of friends. And since we start with people we know, it's always a warm, comfortable environment. So you're not, just going right into talking to complete strangers, trying to go out and, just, I guess, start off cold. I remember when I was first starting off, I didn't have a whole lot of, initial appointments with people I knew, for family. I didn't get a lot of leads to my family. And so that was definitely kind of stressful, coming in, new to the job, never done sales or anything before really, and talking to complete strangers. And so it definitely led to a slow start, but you start off the right way. If you can, get lots of leads, friends of friends of your family, it definitely make it a lot easier. And there are no territories, so reps can travel and sell Cutco anywhere, even out of state. But typically our reps work close to home because that's where most of the referrals will be. Our reps determine their own schedule. We have no minimum or maximum number of presentations that can be done each week. Our reps can do appointments during the day or in the evenings or on weekends. And on average, our part-time reps average about 7 appointments a week, which is just 1 to 2 a day. And for students, they'll do a majority of their appointments on the weekend. Full-time reps average 15 to 20 appointments a week, which is 3 a day on average. Our reps don't need to work the full-time schedule to earn full-time income. Our reps can keep the same schedule each week, which gives them a consistent, stable, steady schedule, or they can change each week depending on school, sports, family obligations, or vacations.
Stop. Okay, how do you do?
Splendid.
Good job, Sal, that you had never run an interview before?
No.
I couldn't. Not too bad. All right, areas of opportunity.
Better posture.
Posture. What else?
Just a little more flow. Not conversational, but not like so much.
Maybe slow down slightly.
I think I'd also have like variation to the tone of your voice instead of saying just one tone, like starting a sentence high and then ending. Hopefully that would come across. I think that would fix something.
Good job, Bonnie. Round of applause. Yay! All right, who has not? We got 2 that haven't gone yet. Is that right? 3?
Sean also should.
Sean? Yep. Sean, if you want to just stand where you're at, that's fine.
I got it.
You got it. All right, so Sean's gonna hobble up here.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Feels so bad making you come up.
Oh, no, it's all good.
You good?
Very Lou actually made fun of me for how I said, so that's bad.
I hit it with your
Yeah.
touch. Shut up. All right, so ready? Pay program.
All right. So our reps are paid weekly. We have a guaranteed pay as well as a commission pay. So there's a floor to stand on, but there's no ceiling to your potential. Each week, our reps automatically get the higher of the 2, so either base pay or commission pay. Also, our reps make significantly more on the commissions, but the base pay is there just to help create a feeling of you don't have to make a sale. It also prevents pressure from being put on you as well as the customers as well. Now, our base pay is $16 per presentation, and a presentation takes about 45 minutes to an hour. So if a rep did 10 presentations a week, they would be earning $160 per week. Now, if they only did 20 demos per week, they'd be earning over $440. And even if they only did just 5 demos a week, they'd still be making $80. Now, customers must be over 30 years old and work full time. On the incentive side, the commission level starts at 10% and progresses up to 30% based on cumulative career sales. The level never goes backwards, so it's perfect for students who work on breaks. So even at 10% on a normal size order of $250, our reps make more on the commissions than on the base. At 30% though, they're making $75 on the same size average scale. Obviously, our reps are motivated to work hard and make sales. Now, the promotion levels are typically hit quickly. Our average rep hits the first promotion within the first 3 days on the job usually.
Stop. All right, feedback, good stuff?
Good flow.
Bad stuff?
Yeah.
Too much spear fingers?
I think I just slow down a little bit.
Yeah, a little slow down.
And for being on a crutch, you have to posture.
I don't do interviews, so I think.
Yeah.
How many times have you done this before? You've never had an interview?
No.
Really? Okay, not too bad. I would have guessed you've run an interview a few times. So. All right, round of applause. Yay! Be careful here. Okay. Hold on, I gotta put the score down for a minute. Okay, next up. Yeah, forgive me, ma'am. What was your name again?
Olive.
Like Olive. Right? Yes. Okay, perfect. All right, Olive, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so from 30%.
Yes, ma'am.
The 30% commission level is achieved at $10,000 in sales. We call this the dirty 30. Depending on how many appointments a rep does per week, they can reach $10,000. They can reach $10,000 anywhere from a few weeks to a few months. We even have reps who hit it within 10 days in a contest we have called the Fast Start. Our reps worked really hard to get a 30%. Once they've hit that level, they have achieved $2,000 in commissions. More importantly, it gives them the ability to work a part-time schedule but make full-time income. That way, they're financially free and they can focus in school and life and not feel like they're working all the time. We have bonus levels that go all the way up to 50% commission for our top students and career reps. Those levels are explained during training for those who are accepted. Do you see why this is a self-motivated job?
Yeah.
Exactly. What our reps put in, they get out.
Yep, excellent. Stop right there. All right, good stuff. Commanding presence. Posture.
You also seem really friendly. Even though you're commanding, you're also like a people person.
It's like, man, she's cool, but I don't want to mess with her.
Yeah.
Good.
Exactly your voice.
Areas of opportunity.
We're listening.
I saw you listening. Yeah, I was gonna say because that's also something that Mary told someone, I forgot who it was, but instead of like shifting the weight on your legs, you can actually just like move, like walk from one end to the other. That way you're like obviously you want to move around, but you want to stay in one place as well. You can move around just like
Actually walk.
Yeah, instead of shifting.
Excellent. Let's give all a round of applause. Yay! All right, ready? And what was your name, sir? Joseph. All right, Joseph, you are on page 8.
Training? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Usually when I do stuff in public for this so all right. So our training is designed for people without any prior sales experience. We teach all the skills needed to be successful with Vector, as well as jobs that you'll have in the future. Our training seminars are 2 consecutive half days on Friday and Saturday, so each one for 6 hours. The training is expensive to run due to materials, books, and supplies, so reps are not paid for those 2 training days. But they do get to put our training completion on their resume at no cost, so it's like a free tuition. After the second day of training, reps start their appointments, so they start making money right away. Again, who do we practice with first? Exactly. Our reps start getting paid $16 or more for every presentation they start building every presentation and start building referrals. We have advanced training seminars as well that come afterwards. We have advanced communication is important to us. Our reps do come into the office every day, so they simply do not come into the office every day. They simply call into their managers and check in. We have workshops as well that happen once a week for advanced skills training, etc., to help you get better at selling. So totally went off script on there. Go through perks as well.
Keep going.
The first perk is going to be our sample kit. At the end of the training, you're going to be issued a basic demo kit. Up till 2011, we required a deposit for the sample kit. Now our reps simply borrow the kit and return it when they're finished working for the week, or if they're done working with Cutco in general. There is no down payment for the deposit whatsoever. The loaner kit is worth about $430, so we have to be very selective and only bring on the right people. If a rep wants to know the products they can purchase wants to keep the products, they can purchase the kit online for only around $89. Next is free stuff. So our reps have opportunities to win almost every product we make contests throughout the sales period, and our top reps and managers can win prizes as well as trips and stuff like that. As mentioned earlier, experience is crucial. If I were to offer you $50,000 in cash or $50,000 worth of experience, the cash would be enticing, but which would you have considered to be more valuable? Right, as a college student, what I appreciate most is about being with Cutco Rep is that having Vector on my resume is a guaranteed interview with many Fortune 500 companies. Sorry, this last one I have been skipping over during interviews. So the biggest perk of the opportunity for work with a championship team are
just make something up.
Just make something up. Our office sells $1 million every single year in Cutco product. Our goal for next year is going to be about 2.
Excellent. Give a round of applause. Yay! Okay, areas of opportunity. Everything.
Yeah.
Actually, let's start with what you did well.
Posture.
Posture. Okay. He's also dressed very well. Okay. That helps. You could screw up a lot if you look good. I mean, I'm just telling you how it is. If you look good, people are going to respect you more. So that's good. Okay. Areas of opportunity.
One more voice inflection.
Smile and voice inflection. Is that right? Okay.
Show what you're doing.
Usually don't let me read. I also don't ever go through the Turks during the interview process.
Really?
Don't know why I don't. I skip
Well, now you know.
Yeah.
Where people showing up for training?
I don't know that we had training today. I had 6 people that I passed on. So
Let's see it. Let's see how many showed up. Hopefully you had at least 3. Okay. So thank you. Any other feedback for him real quick? All right. Excellent. Thank you, sir. Another round of applause. Yay! Okay. So let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Flip back to the first page of your group interview. Flip back to the first page of your group interview. If you haven't done so already, if you've got them physically on paper, write your name in there, okay? Write your position in. You're an assistant manager in training, or you're a branch manager in training, or you're a district manager in training. If you're a student, remember to say you're a student. You talk about when you started. Next thing, if you notice towards the bottom, this is the Rocky Mountain Division interview. You are not in the Rocky Mountain Division. You're in the Gulf Coast Division. Make notes. Don't confuse your applicant. Your division manager is not Drew Frank. It's Kathy Vasquez. And Kathy Vasquez has won lots of national titles. I can't tell you how many, but just looking at this, I guess we got at least 7 here. So one thing I do like to say about Kathy that is just universally accepted, she was the #1 district manager of all time in the company. That's what I say. That's why she got promoted to division manager. She was the best ever. And so the only other person to have this many silver cups is DVM level. So there you go. So that's what I'll say something about her. In your office, you'll say your district manager's name, and then you'll say a career highlight about your district manager. Ask them. Okay. All right, that's everything on that first page. Company page, nothing. Product page, nothing. Oh, office averages, 250. If you don't know, just say 250. Most of your averages, I think, are closer to 300 for all of our offices. Sales program. No. All right, pay program. All right, so again, we were just going through the motions today, guys. Generally, when you have a pay program, you'll have slides, all kinds of stuff going on. You'll be able to use all of that. Right now, we're just focused on delivery of the actual material, so don't worry about any of that yet. Training seminar times. When are your training seminars for your office? So make sure you know, because you're supposed to mention it in the training page, right? Okay. Examples of current contests and trips. What can you say? 10K fast start. You should have a poster in your interview room. We're not in the interview room, but it's gonna have one of those posters where it's got like a picture of like Vegas and like Costa Rica and like all the trips. So that's what you can reference if you just need to look at something. Okay. Perks, stump speech. Y'all see the bottom? This is the only subjective part, okay? You're all gonna have your own stump speech, okay? So let me give you an example of a stump speech. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're doing here in Northwest Houston is we're all about creating a better version of people, okay? Now what's nice about the Cutco product is we can't make the Cutco product any better. It's been the same it's been for like 50 years now. All that can be made better is you when you're in our office, okay? So the product, it sells itself. I'm not looking for a salesperson. I'm looking for a person who can communicate and wants to grow personally, professionally, and financially. Now, I know that one of the great things I loved about this business is when I was 22, I got to buy my first house. When I was 23, I bought and paid off my first car. You know, I met my wife in the business. No promises if you're accepted, if you're going to meet your, significant other in the business. But like, there's all these great things that's happened here. We're building something that's going to last for a long time in Northwest Houston, and I need leaders on my team to help with that. People who want to grow personally, professionally, and financially. People who want to become the best versions of themselves in the process. And I'm looking for people who are hard workers, they have a positive attitude, and they can read on at least a 5th grade level. That's an example of a stump speech. Okay, so it's just a little bit about you, what your office is about, what your goals are. You want to raise your intensity, raise your passion a little bit, right? So you want to get like a little excited so they can feel the energy. Okay, that's the sale, a transfer of enthusiasm. All right, so everybody's is going to be a little different. You want to write it out, like write out what you want to say, and then you'll say it a few times. You'll get really good at it, and you want it to be the same time every time. Ask your district manager or your DVM for help on that. Okay? All right, now we're going to do the lightning round. The way this works is we're going to do the exact same thing we did before, but it's going to be faster. So you're going to be doing it more quickly. You might only have 2 or 3 lines, and I'll say stop, switch, and I'll call out the next person's line. And you'll run out, the next person will run up, and you'll go. Okay? And so there'll be no positive, negative, any of that. We're not going to do any of that. This is just repetition. We're going to see how many times we can go through the material before we're told to cut for the section. Okay? All right, cool. So, let's see here. Zyla, why don't you lead off for us?
All right, again, my name is Zyla Diaz. I'm an assistant manager here with this office. Been here for about 5 months now. Today I'm going to be using my notes just to make sure I don't miss anything super important. I would appreciate for you guys to take really good notes as well in case you have to re-explain anything, family members, significant others, anything of the sort. I can bring on whoever I feel is going to be a good fit for our team. Our most successful reps, we have 3 fundamental traits that I would like you guys to go ahead and write down. So first and foremost, they display a positive attitude. Second, they have a strong work ethic. I got lost. The most successful reps have 3 fundamental traits. On the first page.
Okay. Our most successful reps have 3 fundamental traits. They have a positive attitude, they display strong work ethic, and they follow our program. The job is not for everyone. 80% of the reps who start here love it, and they get great experience and make great money. 20% realize it's not for them. Not everyone has the work ethic for this type of job. That's okay. Everyone in our company starts at the sales rep position.
Stop, Nick.
We only promote from within. Even our CEOs sold knives in college. Advancement is everywhere. It's important to us. We are always looking for potential assistant managers and career office management. We are in the GCK division, the #1 ranked division in the company.
Stop, Veronica.
Our office? Is that the one? Our office?
Division manager.
Okay. Our division manager is Kathy Vasquez. She was like the best district manager, and she got promoted. Our office plays a major role in the success of the division. Our district manager is Bobby Garza. Career highlight, sold 300,000 career sales.
He's a badass rep and he drives an Escalade.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Today I will explain the position in detail and show you what you'd be doing if accepted. At the end, I'll meet with you individually and should be able to give you a definite yes or no.
Stop, Olive.
Cutco products started in 1949. Cutco is the #1 rated kitchen cutlery in the world, with over $200 million in annual sales. It helps you be American made and forever guaranteed. Do any of you own Cutco already?
Yes.
Awesome. How do y'all love it?
Love it.
Okay. Vector is our student sales program, which started in 1981. With over 500 offices nationwide, Vector is the #1 employer of students in the U.S. We are the most reputable and recognizable sales training program for students. The Wall Street Journal rated Vector as a top stepping stone job in the U.S. for young people. We're a national sponsor for DECA and work with all of our local high schools and colleges.
Stop, Caleb.
Students love working with Vector for a lot of reasons. Our reps choose their own schedules, so the flexibility is perfect for school and sports schedules. The income opportunity far exceeds typical college jobs. Have you ever had a job where you worked harder than everyone else but got paid the same?
Yes.
It's ridiculous. Our reps are paid based on their value, not just their time. What someone puts in is what they get back.
Stop. Adrian.
The better the work ethic, the bigger the paychecks, and our reps tend to like that. Our environment and culture is unique. We work with motivated, positive young people who are goal-oriented, but also know how to have a blast doing it. It's hard not to have fun in this type of business. And we are very big into recognition, contests, and free stuff.
Stop, Silent.
But most importantly, the experience is second to none. The student job market is tough, you guys know that. That's why you're here. And getting a job after college is even harder, just because managers are looking for real soft skills such as communication and time management. And also basic sales skills and goal setting is really crucial to any future job or career that you have. Here, our representatives compete for scholarships, as well as a President's Club letter that they can put on their resume. It looks awesome for job applications, internship, grad school applications. Basically, Vector people are a lot more equipped than the average college student.
Stop. Come on.
While most companies won't work with students because of availability and lack of experience, we prefer working with young people. Why do you think that is? They can learn.
They're cooler.
One thing is that they have a positive attitude. With the best product in the world, do you need a fancy salesperson? Students are easy to train and willing to learn. Reps simply read from the manual, cut up some food, and smile at time. We focus on customer relations, and we let the product do the work. Advancement is another reason. We are always looking for future leaders.
Good. Stop. Aaron.
Cutco products are the world's finest. We have over 100 products in our line. We have everything from kitchen knives to gardening tools, pots and pans. Everything we make must meet the following 3 fundamental guidelines. It must be #1 rated, it must be forever guaranteed, and it must be dishwasher safe. And of course, American made. Have you ever heard of a pizza cutter that fits this description? Well, now you have. Cutco is one of the only products you can buy once, use every day, and never have to replace. If accepted to training, you will learn about all of our products and how to present them to the customers. But for now, I'm going to show you just a few of our most popular items. Our shears are incredibly strong, and they come apart, and they're easy to go in the dishwasher.
Stop. Hey, we have an opening in Northwest Houston if you need a place to run interviews. Just so you know. I really like your interview. So, good, thank you. All right, let's go with Sean. Sean, just stand up right there. Actually, don't stand up. Just sit right there. Go.
All right, so to Carter. Most high-quality knives have straight edges which dull quickly. Others have serrated edges which rip and tear through your food and cannot be sharpened. Cutco is the sharpest knife in the world, and we are known for our unique double D edge. It's a recessed edge that has 3 straight edges between 2 points. So the sharp part that does the cutting never makes contact with the cutting board. Because of this, our Cutco knives stay sharp for up to 10 years. In the presentation, our reps get to cut food and eat it with their customers. The best part about Cutco is our forever guarantee. If it ever breaks, needs sharpening, or needs to get polished, customers can just send it back and have it replaced for free forever. The guarantee applies to everything we make, which is one of the reasons why we have over 20 million customers today.
Good, stop. Caleb.
So do any of y'all like steak?
Yeah.
Of course you do.
Steak.
You live in Texas. Check this table knife out. Look how it just glides through leather like butter.
Wow.
All of our sets come with table knives. Customers can buy individual knife sets or sets. In our area, we usually sell sets because it's most popular. First, we have the Fisherman's Solution. We have a whole line of outdoor items, including our military knives called K-Bars. Any of y'all ever heard of that?
Yep.
Our Fisherman's Solution has been rated the top fillet knife for over 30 years. Now, out of 10 people who were already interested in seeing Cutco, saw all 100 products, how many do you think will at least buy something? Exactly. Most people buy. Our national average is 60%. Our office average is about 50. Sales range from $40 to $4,000. The national average is $250, but our office average is actually $300. And customers can split up the payments into 5 months, so it's affordable for all families.
Stop. Good. Caleb. No, never mind. I want Joseph. Thank you, Caleb.
Why do you think we choose not to sell in stores?
Because I need to see it.
Exactly. Seeing is believing. To really understand the quality of customers need to see in action. And because we aren't sold in stores, we have 0 markup. So Cutco is actually cheaper than all the high quality competitors. That makes it easy for customers and our reps. And UPS delivers and takes care of all the paperwork. The whole presentation takes anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour.
Good. Stop. Vanya.
Our target customers are married ladies between 30 to 60 years, basically every household in America, right? We do presentations in the customer's home. Where do you think is the best place to see a product like Cutco?
Education.
Right, and our reps like it because they are cutting food and getting fed on all the presentations. There's absolutely no door-to-door telemarketing, canvassing, or cold calling. It is based on referrals, so we only see friends of friends of friends. Our reps can only call customers who they are personally recommended to, so it is always a warm, comfortable environment. They are constantly meeting new people but never seeing strangers. At the end of every presentation, our reps simply ask their customer who they think would be nice enough to see their presentation. The average customer refers 3 people, but many refer 10 or more. Most reps average between 5 to 10. Who do you think our customers typically refer? Friends, family, neighbors, or coworkers, right? Customers love giving referrals because it is a great product and they want to help out our students.
Good. Stop. Olive.
Now we want to make sure our representatives are only calling referrals who are expecting a call. So the customer will either call or text the referrals and get permission for the rep to call. So every customer is already expecting a call and they have already agreed to the presentation. We're only showing interested customers. Since the connection is already made, our rep simply call the referral and find a time that works in both of your schedules. Each appointment leads to 3 more and 3 more and 3 more. As long as a rep follows the program, they will never run out of customers. It grows exponentially. To begin this process, our reps start with the paid practice presentations.
Stop. Good. Nick.
After practicing with each other during training, who do you think our reps will feel most comfortable practicing with the next?
5 people they know.
Exactly. It would be awkward to show a complete stranger right out of training. So our reps practice with relatives, family, friends, and friends' parents. This allows our reps to practice their presentations while getting paid and begin the referral process. Most of our reps practice with about 15, some more, some less. Our reps who are more social or have parents with large networks typically do more than 15. This allowed them to hit promotions more quickly and build a lot of referrals right away. There is zero obligation to buy, but do you think a lot of people end up buying? Yeah, of course.
Stop. Good job. Tanya. Reps new to the area?
For reps new to the area, we have a virtual demo for reps to do online presentations. Casey Green sold over 20,000 new virtual appointments around her school schedule. The referral process begins right away, so do you see how it builds exponentially?
Yeah.
Right, and again, we are only showing friends, and since we start with people we know, it's always a warm, comfortable environment. There are no territories, so reps can travel and sell Cutco anywhere and even out of state. But typically our reps work close to home because that's where most of the referrals will be, right?
Yep.
Our reps determine their own schedule. We have no minimum or maximum number of presentations that can be done each week. Our reps can do appointments during the day, in the evenings, and including the weekends.
Stop. Good. Solid.
On average, our part-time reps will do about 7 appointments a week. That's about 1 a day. And for students, they do a majority of the appointments on the weekends. Our full-time reps will average about 15 to 20 appointments a week, and that's about 3 a day on average. You don't need to work a full-time schedule to make full-time income. Our reps can keep the same schedule each week. That gives you a consistent, steady, and stable schedule, or you can change it up each week just depending on what you have going on with school, any kind of family obligations, vacations, anything of the sort. Our reps are paid weekly. We do have a guaranteed base pay and a commission pay, so there is a floor to stand on, but there is no ceiling to the income potential that you do have. Each week, our reps automatically get the higher of the two, either the base or the commission pay. Most reps are obviously going to make significantly more on the commission side, but the base pay is just there to serve as a safety net, just in case Murphy's Law, everything goes wrong. Our base pay is $16 per presentation, and about how long does the presentation take?
Stop. Good. Go ahead and make that note in your interview here. She caught that for us. I believe it is 16 for all of our offices. Is there anybody that knows differently? I believe we're all at 16. Yeah? I think so. Yeah. Okay, good. Awesome. Aaron.
So if a rep does 10 presentations that week, the earnings would be $160. If a rep does 20 presentations that week, they would earn whatever amount that is because I'm horrible at math. 20. And if a rep does 5 presentations that week, it'd be about $85. Customers must be over 30 years old and work full-time, or they must be retired like grandma. On the incentive side, the commission level starts at 10%, and then it progresses up to 30% based on cumulative career sales. The levels never go backwards, so it's perfect for students who work on bricks. Does that make sense to you? Right? Yes. So 10% on a normal size order would be about $250. Reps make more on commission side than the base pay. At 30%, they are making $75 on the same size average sale. Obviously, our reps are extremely motivated to work hard and make sales. The promotion levels are typically hit quickly. our average reps hit the first promotion within their first 3 days on the job. The 30% commission level is achieved at $10,000 in sales cumulative, and we call that the Dirty 30. Depending on how many appointments the rep does per week, they can reach $10,000 anywhere from a few weeks to a few months. It's more common with a few months, but if you're really well, some reps that even hit that within 10 days during a contest we have called the Fast Start.
Stop. Good. Nick.
Our reps work really hard to get 30%. Once they hit that level, they earn $2,000 in commissions. More importantly, it gives them the ability to work part-time schedule and make full-time income. That way they are financially free and can focus on school and life and not feel like they are working all the time. We have bonus levels that go all the way up to 50% commission for top student and career reps. Those levels are explained during the training for those who are accepted. Do you see why it is a self-motivated job?
Yep.
What our reps put in is what they get out.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Excellent job, sir. So that's the end of the pay program. We're at the top of the page, training. Okay? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you control now. So the next person that's going to go is going to be Olive. Olive's going to stand up there and she's going to do as much as she wants. She's going to stop when she wants. She's going to pick the next person to go. Okay? And then the next person is going to go up there, do as much as they want, and then switch. Okay? I would encourage you not to do just a sentence because everyone's going to get confused. So do a little chunk and then pass the buck. Okay? Go ahead, Olive. Y'all are doing great.
Our training is designed for people without prior sales experience. We teach all the skills needed to be successful with Vector as well as in future jobs and careers. Our training seminar is 2 consecutive days. They're usually run Fridays and Saturdays and you're for 6 hours each. Training is expensive to run due to materials, books, and supplies, so reps are not paid for the initial training seminar. But they do get to put our training completion on their resume at no cost, so it's like free tuition. After the second day of training, our reps start their appointments, so they start making money right away. Again, who do we practice with first? All right, great. Our reps start getting paid $16 or more for every presentation and start building referrals. We have an advanced training series the following week to teach reps how to build their business. Communication is important to us. Our reps don't call into the office every day, so they simply call in to check in on the days they are working and update us after their appointments. Our weekly team meetings are a major highlight for reps. We have workshops to teach advanced skills, and we do a ton of recognition for promotions. We also have an optional week team night, either in the office or in the local area. Come on.
All right, the first perk is our sample kit program. Up until 2011, we required everybody that worked for us to make a deposit on the sample kit. Now, our reps simply just borrow the kit and return it when they're finished working together or they leave for school. There is no down payment system anymore. The loaner kit is worth $430, and so we have to be selective and only bring in the right people. And so if a rep wants to own the product, they can purchase the kit at any time for a discounted rate of only $89. Needless to say, reps get really excited about this. Next is the free stuff. Our reps have an opportunity to win almost every product we make through contests. And our top reps and managers can win some cool non-Cutco prizes and exotic trips. For example, like, the cruise, things like that. And as mentioned earlier, experience is crucial. If I were to offer you $50,000 in cash or $50,000 worth of experience, the cash would be enticing, but which one would be more valuable for the future? Experience, right? Okay. And right as a college student, what I appreciated most about being a Cutco rep is having that Vector on my resume. Is a guaranteed interview with any Fortune 500 company. And the biggest perk is the opportunity to work with a championship team. The silver cups speak for themselves. All right. John Austin.
That's the
Stump speech.
Oh, the stump speech. Yeah. No, I'm good.
I want to go.
Yeah, I guess good.
All right, back to the beginning.
So Sean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's
Because I said John Shaw out. I think he like mixed it.
All right, so should we start the group here? Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. So again, my name is John Austin. My position here is I'm the assistant manager, and I started only about 5 months ago, and I'm currently a student over at the University of Houston. I'll be using my notes today to make sure I don't miss out on anything. So make sure to take good notes in the event that you are accepted, so that you can share these details with your family, or in case you forget anything, you can just look back at your notes. I can bring on whoever I feel is a good fit for our company and for my team. Our most successful reps have 3 fundamental traits. These are really important. Those I encourage you to write down. So our first trait is they have a positive attitude. Our second trait is they display a strong work ethic. As well as our third trait and final trait is they follow our program. Now, this job is not for everyone, of course. No job is. 80% of our reps who start here, they love it, they have a great experience, and they make great money. 20% of them realize it's just not for them. Not everyone has the work ethic for this job, and that's okay. So everyone in our company starts as a sales rep position. We only promote from within. Guys, even our CEO of our company sold knives in college. Advancement is very important to us, and we are always looking for potential assistant managers and career office managers. So
Can we keep going? We started from the beginning. Okay, I will do that. Okay, so we are in the Gulf Coast Division, which is split into 9 different offices. This is the West Houston pilot office. It's kind of the main one in the division. Our division manager is Kathy Vasquez. She moved down here about 2.5 years ago from Miami. Really built up this office herself. Back in Miami, she was a record-breaking district manager. Her office still holds the annual office sales record, and she has won 7 national titles in a row, which is the second most in company history. I'm sorry, there's like a fly buzzing around, which is the second most in company history. And alongside her is our pilot sales manager, the one who runs this office, it's Mary Lou Chang. Been alongside her for 6 of those 7 national titles, so you can only imagine they both just kind of moved down here and worked the magic on us. Our office. Oh, I already explained that. Okay, so today I'm going to explain the position in full detail for you guys, just so you know what you are going to be doing if you are accepted. And at the end, I will meet with you individually to go over my final decisions and answer any questions that you may have for me. Adrian.
Cutco products started in 1949. Cutco is the #1 rated kitchen cutlery in the world with over $200 million in annual sales. It helps that we're American made and forever guaranteed. So do any of you own Cutco already? It's awesome, right? So Vector is our student sales program, which started in 1981 with over 500 offices nationwide. Vector is the #1 employer of students in the U.S. We are the most reputable and recognizable sales training program for students, and the Wall Street Journal rated Vector as the top stepping stone job for students in the U.S. We're a national sponsor for DECA and work with all of our local and local high schools and colleges. Students love working with Vector for a lot of reasons. Our reps choose their own schedules, so the flexibility is perfect for school and sports schedules, and the income opportunity far exceeds typical college jobs. Have you had a job where you work harder than everybody else and you still got paid the same? Yes. Right, it's terrible. Our reps are paid based on their value, not their time, and so what someone puts in is what they get out. The better the work ethic, the bigger the paychecks, and our reps tend to like that. Let's go with Joe.
Our environment, right? Right. What's up? Our environment.
Right.
Our environment and culture is unique. We work with motivated, positive young people who are goal-oriented, but also know how to have a blast doing it. It's hard not to have fun at this type of job. We are very big into recognition, contests, and free stuff. Most importantly, the experience is second to none. The student job market is tough, but you already know that. That's why you're here. And getting a job after college is even tougher because it's so competitive out there. Studies show that the average manager looks at resume for less than 10 seconds. They're looking at for soft skills, communication, time management, and learning basic sales skills and goal setting is crucial to any future career. Our reps also compete in scholarships, and they can earn President's Club letters, which look great on resumes for jobs, internships, grad school applications, etc. Basically, Vector people are more equipped to deal with the future than most any college student. And I forgot people's names.
You're getting better.
Yeah, that was good.
Come on.
Right. While most companies won't work with students because of availability and lack of experience, we actually prefer working with young people. Why do you think this is?
Positive.
Cool. Energy. Yeah, all those are right. Positive attitude. With the best product in the world, do you really need fancy salespeople? No. Students are easy to train and willing to learn. Reps simply read the manual, cut up food, and smile at the time. We focus on customer relationships, and we let the product do the work. Advancement is another reason. We are also looking for future leaders.
Veronica.
Alright, Cutco products are the world's finest. We have over 100 products in our line. We have everything from kitchen knives to barbie tools to pots and pans. Everything we make must follow 3 fundamental guidelines. It must be rated number 1, it must be firm guaranteed and dishwasher safe, and of course American made. Have you ever heard of a pizza cutter that fits that description? Now you have. Cutco is one of the only products you can buy once, use every day, and never have to replace. If accepted in training, you will learn about all of our products and how to present them to customers. But for now, I'm going to show you just a few of our most popular items.
Alright, so our shears are incredibly strong and they come apart to go in the dishwasher. So this is the petite carver. Now most high quality knives have straight edges which will dull quickly. Others have serrated edges which rip and tear through your food and cannot be resharpened. Now Cutco is the sharpest knife in the world and we are known for our unique double D edge. It's a recessed edge that has 3 straight edges between each 2 points, so the sharp part that does the cutting never comes in contact with the cutting board. Now Cutco knives will stay sharp for up to 10 years. Now in the presentation, our rep gets to cut food and eat it with the customer. So over the summer, I personally never bought myself lunch. Mr. Jones always had something for me. Now the best part about Cutco is a 4-part forever guarantee. If it ever breaks or needs sharpening, customers can send it back and get it replaced for free forever. Now that guarantee applies to everything we make, which is one of the reasons we have over 20 million customers.
Anyone here like steak?
I love steak.
All right, great. Check this table knife out and some tough leather. All our sets come with table knives. Customers can buy individual knives or sets. In our area, we sell a lot of sets. We have a whole line of outdoor items, including our military knives called K-Bar. Have y'all heard of K-Bar knife?
Yeah, America.
Our Fisherman Solution has been rated as a top fillet knife for over 30 years. Now, out of 10 people who are already interested in seeing Cutco, so all 100 products, how many do you think would get at least something? Exactly. Most people buy. On average, our national average is 60%. Our office average is 50%. Sales range from $40 to $4,000. The average is $250, but our office average is actually $300. And customers can split up their payments up to 5 months. So it's affordable for all families. Caleb.
Boom. So why do y'all think we choose not to sell in stores? Can't cut a penny in a store. I like it. To really understand the quality, sometimes customers need to see it in action. And because we're not in stores, we have 0 markup, so Cutco is actually cheaper than all of our high-quality competitors. That makes it easy on customers and on our reps. And plus, UPS delivers, so our reps don't. All they have to do is go out paperwork. The whole presentation only takes about 45 minutes. Our target customers are married ladies between 30 and 60, basically every household in America. We do presentations in the customer's home. Where do you think it's the best place to use Cutco? Kitchen, yeah, knives, kitchen, go together, there you go. And our reps like it because they're cutting food and getting fed at all their presentations. There's absolutely no door-to-door telemarketing, canvassing, or code calling. It's based on referrals, so we only have friends to friends, or we only see friends of friends of friends. Tyler.
So our reps can only call people that they have been personally recommended to. That way it's always a warm and comfortable environment. You're always meeting new people, but you're never meeting complete strangers. At the end of every presentation, our rep simply asks their customer who would be nice enough to check out their presentation. The average customer will refer about 3 people. Some will refer about 10 or more. On average, we get 5 to 10 recommendations per rep. Who do you think our customers are typically going to refer to us? Family, friends, all those people. Customers love giving referrals because it's a great product and they love helping out our students. Now, we do want to make sure that our representatives are only calling people that are expecting a call. So we just ask our customers to shoot them all a quick heads up text or call, just let them know that we'll be calling. That way your customer is expecting that call. They already agreed to see the presentation. So all you're doing is introducing yourself, setting up a date and time, and there you go.
And there you go.
And there you go. Nick.
Each appointment leads to 3 more, and 3 more, and 3 more. As long as reps follow the program, they will never run out of customers. It grows exponentially. To begin this process, our reps started through our paid practice presentations. After practicing with each other during training, who do you think our reps would feel most comfortable practicing with next? Exactly. It would be awkward to show a complete stranger right out of training. So reps practice with relatives, family, friends, and friends' parents. This allows our reps to practice their presentation while getting paid and begin the referral process. Most reps practice with about 15, some more, some less. Our reps who are more social or have parents with large networks typically do more than 15. This will allow them to hit promotions more quickly and build a lot of referrals right away. Excited.
There's 0 obligation. There is 0 obligation to buy, but do you think a lot of people end up buying? Yeah, of course. For reps new to the area, we have a virtual demo for reps to do online presentations. Casey Green sold 20,000 through virtual appointments around her school schedule. The referral process begins right away, so do you see how it builds up exponentially? Yeah. And again, we are only showing friends of friends, and since we start with people we know, it's always a warm, comfortable environment. There are no territories, so reps can travel and sell cocoa anywhere, even out of state. But typically, our reps work close to home because that's where most of their referrals will be. Our reps determine their own schedule. We have no minimum or maximum number of presentations that can be done each week. Our reps can do appointments during the day, in the evenings, and on weekends. On average, our part-time reps average 7 appointments a week, which is 1 to 2 a day. For students, they'll do a majority of their appointments on the weekend. Full-time reps average 15 to 20 appointments a week, which is 3 a day on average. Our reps don't need to work a full-time schedule to earn full-time income. Nick.
Our reps can keep same schedule each week, which gives them a constant, stable, steady schedule. Or they can change each week depending on school, sports, family obligations, or vacations. Our reps are paid weekly. We have a guaranteed base pay and commission pay. So there's a floor to stand on, but no ceiling to income potential. Each week, our reps automatically get higher of the 2, either the base or the commissions. Most reps make significantly more on the commissions, but the base pay creates a zero-pressure sales environment and a safety net in case of Murphy's Law. Our base pay is $16 per presentation, and the presentation can take as long as 45 to an hour. If the rep does 10 presentations that week, they will earn $160. If a rep does 20 presentations that week, they will earn up to $320. If a rep does about 5 presentations that week, they will earn $85. Customers must be over 30 years old and work full-time or retired like grandma.
On the incentive side, the commission level starts at 10% and progresses up to 30% based on cumulative career sales. This level never goes backwards. It's perfect for no, I really lost my case. Okay, here we go. The level never goes backwards, so it's perfect for students who work on breaks. So even at 10% on a normal size order of $250, reps make more on the commission than the base pay. At 30%, they're making $75 on that same size average sale. And obviously, our reps are motivated to work hard and make sales. The promotion levels are typically hit quickly. Our average rep hits the first promotion within the first 3 days of the job. The 30% commission level is achieved at $10,000 in career sales. We call this the dirty 30. Depending on how many appointments a rep does per week, they can reach $10,000 anywhere from a few weeks to a few months. If you look at our wall over there, we have some of our 10K fast starters, and a lot of these guys still work around school and manage to do this, which is pretty amazing. Now, our reps work really hard to get to 30%. Once they hit that level, they have earned $2,000 in commissions. Let's do John Austin.
All right. More importantly, it gives them the ability to work a part-time schedule but make full-time income. That way, they are financially free and can focus on school, life, and sports. Not only do they feel like, and they don't feel like they're working all the time. We also have bonus levels that go all the way up to 50% commission for top students and career reps. Those levels are explained during training for those who are accepted. So, do y'all see why it's a self-motivated job?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Our reps put in what they get out.
I like how you pause for questions.
Our training is designed for people without prior sales experience. We teach all the skills needed to be successful and effective, as well as future jobs and careers. Our training seminar is 2 consecutive half days. They usually run Friday and Saturday from 8 to out of the new schedule. Training is expensive to run due to materials, books, and supplies. So reps are not paid for the initial training seminar, but they do get to put our training completion on their resume at no cost at all. So it's like free tuition. After the second day of training, our reps start their appointments. So they start making money right away. Again, who do you normally like to practice with first?
Grandma.
Yeah, exactly. Our reps start getting paid 16 or more for every presentation and start building referrals. We have an advanced training series. The following week to teach reps how to build their business. Communication is also very important to us. Our reps don't come to the office every day, so they simply call to check in, and on the days they are working, they just update us after their appointments. Our weekly team meetings are a major highlight for reps. We have workshops to teach advanced skills, and we do have a ton of recognition for promotions. We also have optional weekly team nights, either in the office or the local area.
All right, excellent. Let's give each other a round of applause. Yay! Excellent job. I just want to say for several of you, you started off a little rocky when we got into here. Like this was maybe the first time you've ever done it. Many of you have made significant progress in a very short amount of time. So I think just on a weekly basis, if you can get 1, 2, or maybe just 3 interviews done in rapid succession, it's always good to try to do several interviews in a row on the same day because then you get the repetition of doing it. I wouldn't try to do like one interview like a day for 5 days. That's messy. Okay, do like 2 to 3 interviews in a row the same day. That'll build your repetition and consistency. I was very proud of some of you in here. You made significant progress. Some of you are just already interview masters in a very short amount of time. But some of you, when you came in here, you were super rocky. You did really well in a short amount of time. Excellent job, guys.
Okay, love it. Maybe there. All right, cool. So we let's see where these guys are at. You guys can see this. Yeah. Anybody else? By the way, you can get on your phone and go on Vector Connect to sign up for Olean, so we can set it up, and then they'll approve you guys. Not you guys.
All of you can sign up.
Wait.
Grant, you can't go again. You went last year.
Sorry.
Only DM.
Eric really got my hopes up.
I thought it was a chance.
Only DNCs. And oh yeah, Dana, you were too young last year. That's like Dan Hung can't go this year. All right, let's roll. You guys come over here when they're done. All right, so they're wrapping up right now. We're getting grades. So yes, Olean, you guys can, by the way, we're going to have to obviously verify. To make, the region will have to do the final approval. But they said you guys can sign up. So it's on there. And then we'll roll from there for the branches. So we'll talk about it. Oh, I got Barbara and Bahara's scores. 2 from the girls because they're together right now. All right, beautiful. All right, cool. So how are you guys feeling, by the way? All right. Cool. Oh, is that Ashley?
Yeah.
Accept her. She can be here with us. All right. So, a couple of things, by the way, that I want to make sure everybody has down. All right, because this is like as we're going through this process, and we're going to learn. You have the interviews, you have training that you're going to learn. But even we train people and they watch videos half the time anyway. And if you can master training, like I love running live training. But there are certain parts that you can always play in videos. Like most importantly, everybody, like we need to master recruiting, okay? And in terms of recruiting, underneath that banner, just to make sure you're getting down, it's just what we want to master is what we create, okay? And what I mean by that is there's the natural incoming, right? There's IAPs, there's plug and plays, like people apply online, people apply. We send out letters, mailers, and people respond to those. Different advertisements that just come in. All right, if you guys can try to scooch in so these guys can get in easy. Yeah, I'm just gonna film this, or actually Jacob just go sit over there. But 2 things that we really create would be campus, and it doesn't have, by the way, campus or off campus, okay? Both these things, so campus or off campus. Campus or off campus. This is the face-to-face, all right? And you can do, and getting good at this. So you can pass out flyers. When you're passing out flyers, you are in a sense creating stuff, right? But we're just waiting to see whoever answers those randomly. Where here you're actually getting a conversation. You're like, oh, do you guys know anyone that might possibly be looking for some part-time work? And so you're really getting those combos, and when you get those connections, you're going to end up sending it more people. Whose stuff is that? All right, cool. So put shares there and go. And then, obviously, we have PRs. And PRs, in our top, I want you guys to understand, this is 70% of recruits, okay? Everyone got that? Like, 70% of recruits are PRs. So really understanding, the power of that. You cut that out, a lot of offices just don't even exist, all right? Scooch over, and RJ, come up here. So understand that. So with PRs, we talked about this with the veterans, so if we can please repeat this to make sure, if we want to rock the PR program, we'll be talking about this through this fall. These are things you want to master. So this with campus, there's really nothing else that we're going to talk about. We'll go through, if you have a table, setting up a table and what should be at a table, so we'll review that later so you know if you're running a table. But this, whether you're off campus, you might be at a bowling alley. When I was in Sarasota running my branch, or in Bradenton running my branch, I didn't have a bunch of campuses and stuff, but I went to the bowling alleys, I went to the beach, I went to pool halls, and I talked to people when I was there, and I was like, hey, you guys know who might be looking for work? And I'd literally go from lane to lane, and be like, hey guys, and I'd hand them a flyer, and I'm like, sorry to interrupt real quick, but do you guys know anyone who might be looking for some part-time work this summer? And usually there was at least one person like, what is it, And I'm like, oh, huge student work program, and I tell them about it, and I'm like, yeah, give me, and if they were interested, I'm like, hey, if you want to give me your number, I'll actually send you a link that has a lot more info, or feel free to, and they're like, all right, cool, and I, get there, so now I have their number, but I'd always give them the cards, I'm like, yeah, check it out on there, but I'll send you a link, get you information, So anyway, just learning that. So anywhere you are, whether you're at the beach, you're at you can always just talk to people face to face. You can always be creating recruits. All right. And then with PRs, what are things you need to have down? All right. So this right here, first thing is interview PRs. All right. So interview PRs. So you guys were just going through the interview. You need to make sure you have a good interview and they're excited. And one thing that we're going to add, and I'm going to email this out, so I want to make sure everyone's stuff, but we're going to email out, is making sure your team section is on lock, all right? So team section, and that they see value. Well, this is before the team section, but do they see value in the opportunity, all right? And this comes from the experience. Like when you talk about the experience people can gain here, So they're like, wow, this is so great. Everyone needs to do this, right? So people being able to earn scholarships, earn college credit. In the PowerPoint, which we need to finalize, and when I was talking to Jake, who's with like Drew's PSM, he told me, he's like, oh, it's not in the slideshow. I haven't put this yet. I'm like, a little bonus I stole from him that we need to do is he says that they make one slide when they do all the school stuff, and it says like we're part of the schools, whatever. They have one slide and he cut and paste like everyone's like school logo and like mascot, like from the website. They basically cut and paste like every single school from their territory all onto one slide and all the universities. So when like, hey, we work with students from all different places, what does that do? That kid goes, there's my school. Boom, they have a connection, just like someone sees, oh, there's my friend. Boom, they have a connection, like whatever it is. So that's a really good thing that gives them extra connection with refs, and is going to also help your show percentage, by the way. But they see, oh, people work here from all these different schools. Oh, there's scholarships available, fun environment, whatever. And so if they see value in what's happening with the experience and the fun opportunity, they're excited to recommend their friends to it, right? If they see value in the opportunity. And for most of our younger guys, it's that. And then the other, so it's like experience, fun, and the pay, by the way, the value in the pay that gets people excited is what? You guys tell me, what's the value in the pay? I guess there's two things. One is the actual pay rate, right? Like it excited me back then, it was $10. I was like, oh, hell yeah. I was fired up for $10, I was like, if I do 40 appointments, that's 400. If I do, and I was like calculating based off of that. So that was something that attracted me. But what was the thing that I liked most about the pay?
Making your own.
Boom, she just hit it. What you put in, you get rewarded for your work ethic. And so I like the fact that when you explain the pay that if I work harder, I'm able to earn more. And once I hit my top percentage, I could work part-time and make a full-time income. Like that really excited me. So when we give those examples in the pay, it's very chill, it's very light. But I'm like, hey, by the way, when you give that example, I go through the pay structure and I go, so like John Austin, if John Austin's friends in training, I'm like, so John Austin, he actually hit his 30% within his second week on the job. All right. So what's cool about that is that by week 2, he had earned $2,000, over $2,000, and now he could work one day and he could do 7 appointments, have 4 sales. He'll sell well over $1,500, and then that means he made a $450 paycheck working one day. Pretty cool. And so for those who have the time, I always encourage them, and you'll hear about that in training, to work hard. But the cool thing is when you go through the pay scale or whatever you get to, you never go back, you only increase. So a lot of our guys try to get to the top as quick as they can. And then they can pick their schedules however they want, So just like that pay, chance to work part-time and make a full-time income and get paid for your work effort. So it's like, hey, there's always a foundation. There's always that base pay to fall back on. But with the incentive, there's no ceiling as to how much they can earn. It really depends on them. So that's an attractor factor for people as well. So realizing like those things there when you guys are going through it. But with interviews, and then when you go into the team section, it's like what we're building, what we're doing. So do they like the environment? Do they like the people here? So do they see value in the opportunity, first of all? And then does it seem like a place to be excited to bring their friends to? Or are they like, does it seem too like awkward or weird? They're like, I'm gonna bring my friends and they think I'm a weirdo, right? So how do they feel when they walk in? So I think about things when it comes to not just the team section, but just like the vibe in general of them wanting to bring people in. Do you guys have music on when people walk into your office, or is it quiet? Because it's really weird if it's quiet, okay? There should be music playing, and it could be something chill like Jack Johnson or something that like it's professional, but like, hey, whatever you like, but just something you might not necessarily, some people, depending what town you're at, you can put like a good country station on or Pandora station and everyone relates to that, where you don't want to put like hardcore rock or ska or rap because it'll turn off some people, so you need something that's like across all, genres that people enjoy. I like more upbeat, like, I don't know, you guys know that, I just always play like the same crap, but like today's hits / Calvin Harris / whatever, where it's like the popular mainstream, like, whatever that type of music is. I don't know, EDM. But like the mainstream ones, because people all know it. And even if that's not their style of music, they're like, they know the song. So it's good. So anyway, so when you guys are doing So if people are going to give you people, they need to have liked, the environment seems cool, the people seem cool, the opportunity's awesome. So now when you get to that team section and you say, hey, we're looking to build a great team, and you hand them the acceptance criteria sheet, and I actually can, with the new interview, does it have the team section in there? Because I'll email that out. We're like talk situation. That's an extra bonus thing, huh?
It's a little bit, it says the stop speech.
Okay, can you read that out loud to me?
It just says the biggest perk is the opportunity to work with a championship team, our offices, and our goals.
Cool. So I have a little bit more. It's a little paragraph, which I'll send to you guys when my girls Karina. I should go and she rocks the crap out of interview PRs. But just a little mini, like, hey, here's what we're looking to build. So the great thing is to build, work with such an awesome team. Our goal is to be the #1 team in, Huntsville history. And to do that, we're excited about people who want to grow, who want to learn, people that can work in a team environment, that can work independently, and so this right here, I'm going to give you guys a sheet to fill out to answer these questions here. And on the back, it says, who do you know that might be looking for work? And by the way, invitation, not an obligation, but if you know anyone that you think would be a great fit here, they have a great attitude, they've got a great work ethic, or you think this would really benefit them, whether it's experience-wise or they could use a little extra cash, please feel free to jot them down. No limit as to how many you can write. Can't guarantee them a job, just an interview. We'll definitely, prioritize them over online applications coming in, and they can present themselves, And so we do appreciate, those who, it definitely stands out to us when people are excited about helping build our team. Says a lot, says a lot to us about the people that we have working with us. So for anyone who does put stuff there, we really appreciate it. Again, that really stands out to us. So fill these out quietly. I'm going to be meeting with each of you for a couple minutes. I don't have a lot of time to spend, but if selected, we'll get a lot of time in training to get to know each other. And if not, I won't have a ton of time to give you feedback, but I can give you a couple keys to help you in future interviews. And again, you're welcome to call back to get additional feedback. All right, so work hard on those, and I'll be pulling you guys back in a moment. And then you're gonna roll. So again, you'll hear different, but that's my personality. But that's the gist of it. Here's what we're looking for. And if you know anyone who you feel would be a good fit, has a great attitude, has a great work ethic, or could really benefit from working with us, whether it's experience or using, a little flexible cash or a lot of it, feel free to jot them down. We're looking for great people. We're always looking for great people to add on board. Can't guarantee them a job, definitely an interview, and we will prioritize them for an interview before someone online. So we can definitely guarantee you that. And then they can go from there on their own. All right. And I always share how it does stand out to us when we do see people putting, they're excited about helping us build the team. That means a lot to us. And those are definitely, we love having team players. All right. So just a couple key things there. So are we maximizing interview PRs? As soon as the interview is done, by the way, I want everyone doing this. If you run an interview, your interview is not done. And this will help you get both of these, like putting these things together. As soon as your interview is done, when you run an interview, text all PRs. And I will post in our group. If you're not in the group me, please come up to me, or I guess you can just add yourself. I can pass this around if you're not in the group me, and add yourself in there. But we have a GCLA Silver Cup team group me, all right? And so anyone being here, you can add yourself. So if you're not already in the GCLA group me, you can add yourself. I'm just gonna pass this around for anyone who needs it. I think you guys are all on it, right? So you can start passing around. Most of you guys are in it, but just in case anyone's not, pass it around and get my phone back to me. So I'll post the text you guys can send out. But it's, by the way, it's a simple, quick text of, hey, your friend Ashira just came in for an interview. We still had some openings available. She had recommended you, so wanted to see when you had a couple minutes so we could cover some details with you. And it's it, just real simple. And then they'll be like, oh, what is it, or whatever. And then I'll just call them and go, oh, hey, Arbra, it's Kathy, how are you? Like, yeah, like I mentioned, Ashira actually just came in for an interview. She was selected to work with us, and we had some openings. Like, oh, how did you know her? And you're like, oh, we went to school together. I'm like, oh, cool. And are you working anywhere right now? Is there anything specific you're looking for in a job? And it just, you keep it real simple, or you can do the regular PR person, like, well, hey, we have available. I'd love to meet so we can sit down, go over the details, and we'll go from there. How's that? Okay, awesome. What's your schedule look like later today? Or what's your schedule look like tomorrow? And I want to schedule them for the next available interview possible. Everyone good? All right. So interview finishes, text them all. And then all you're going to do is call anyone who responds asking for any information. They're like, what is it? Where is it? What do you do? Whatever. Anything but, no, I'm not interested. All right. And if they say, no, I'm not interested, I go, hey, no worries. Best of luck this fall. Just, it's super flexible, some cool perks. If you change your mind, feel free to reach out. you know, and just keep it open-ended, you know, or let us, you know, feel free to let anyone, you know, looking for a job or whatever. But I just always keep it open-ended. So text all PRs, and anyone who wants more info, call those wanting any info. So anything they ask, where is it, what would I be doing, whatever. You're just gonna call anyone who wants more info and just set them up for your next available interviews. Sounds good? And ideally, you're talking to them in that moment. If you're going into something and for whatever reason you can't talk to them in that moment, there's someone else around that could be like, hey, I'm gonna have my assistant call you right now, you know, or you tell them, hey, can I give you a shot in about an hour and I can cover details with you. But the beauty and where you're gonna be most efficient is when you can talk to them immediately. Are we good? Like that's when you wanna talk to them. It's right away, right on the spot, call them and get them in there. Then guys, the next thing that's gonna happen, obviously, is they're gonna get to training, right? And so once they're in training, on the last day, so you have day 2 collection, all right? This is your day 2 PR collection. We'll be going over this later in the fall. You can get on it earlier, and I'll send this out so you could start like learning it and internalizing that. And we have videos that you can watch. Mary Lou doing it. I mean, Zyla, I think, averages over 100, is right around 100. And we just started, just like read right off of this. And there's been weeks where you've averaged like 120, 130, 140, yeah. Just like getting comfortable with the approach. And the first time I think you read it, you were over 100, weren't you? So it's real simple approach, and that's your goal, is to be averaging over 100, 80 minimum, but you want to be averaging over 100. So we have the approach, it works great, and we're going to have them upload the people. Everyone good? All right. And those of you, some of you guys are going to be helping and learning how to run training. How this is going to roll. And I don't know, Eric, if you had gotten, if you saw my email from the other night on how we're doing, can I erase this or we're good here? All right. I kind of want to take a picture of this. Someone did, yeah. Oh, my phone. Yeah, can you take a picture of it? All right. So day 2 collection, by the way, there's 2 parts that are going to happen. Actually, hold on. Let me put this. So top 10. All right. All right. So top 10 of each texted in training. So each person, so first thing is we're going to collect names, okay? Then we're going to say, hey, I know a lot of you guys uploaded over 100, 150 names. Like, great, you just uploaded 276. I'm not going to have time to call all those people this weekend. And even when we do, we're not going to reach everybody. We might reach 15, 20% of the people in the next couple days, all right? So we reach, let's say, we have some people come in. 5 or 6 come through the door, you know, we select a couple. That's not going to help you when, you know, you're not going to maximize the cruise and get all 10 people. But what I am committed to doing to help you out is to make sure that we at least talk to your top people. Like, who are your top 10? And we're going to hand out a paper for them to fill out. And this paper, they're going to write their top 10, where they went to school, a little bit about them, all right? And then you're going to say, so if you guys can shoot your top 10 a heads up, that way I don't catch them out of the blue and I definitely get a hold of them. And you're going to say, hey, my manager had some extra openings. I gave you your number. You're welcome to say no, but I thought you'd be a really good fit. She'll be reaching out in the next day. And so they're all going to text their top 10 people, all right? And we're going to collect those lists, because those lists of the top 10 are the ones that you're going to call, or your manager, as a branch manager, as a district manager, or as a DOM, you're personally calling those first on Sunday, or even maybe that day. Like, you'll just like start calling those top 10, or some might respond. But we're going to have reps. So rep, they're texting their top 10 of each. They're texting them in training. All right. And then manager, all right, manager and PR help, whoever that is, whether it's paid callers, whether it's people's little brothers or sisters, whether it's assistant managers, whoever it is, whoever's helping with PR, when we have on a blitz day. So the first blitz day after training, we're going to text all names. All right, and then we're going to set, we're just going to talk to the ones that call those who are wanting info. All right, so same deal. So again, top 10, what's happening with the top 10 in training? Who's texting? The rep is texting who? Their friends, and they're saying, hey, my manager had some openings, heads up, I gave her your name, you're welcome to say no, I thought you'd be a good fit, she'll be reaching out the next day. Everyone good?
Yep.
So they're just giving their top 10 a heads up because then you're gonna contact the top 10 and they're expecting your call. Everyone golden? Every other name, what are we doing on the Blitz day? We're texting all of them. And the text is gonna be, hey, Carlos just started working with us. I recommended you, we had some openings, wanted to see when you had a couple minutes to talk about the details. And whoever says, what is it, where is it, da 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 da, we're gonna do what? Call them and go through the approach with them. Is everyone good?
Yeah.
Boom, and that's your traditional program. And then the last program of PRs, all right, so we have interview PRs, we have day 2 PR collection, and the third part of PRs you can write down is rep driven. Or I guess this is kind of split into 2, right? So the top 10 focus, but whatever, that's your traditional, what's happening there. Third is rep driven. What is rep driven? They get people on the phone and hand them over to you. Okay, however, they put stuff on Snapchat, they put stuff on social, they have people, and they're like, Carlos, I want you to talk to my friend. And you're like, all right, cool, get him on the phone, give him to me. And then they just hand off to you, and you're like, hey, what's up, man? And so rep-driven, it's called that. Why? Because the rep is the one that's like driving that. They're giving you numbers, they're getting people on the phone for you. And we're going to talk about that, and that's an ongoing thing. You're in advanced training, we're going to do rep-driven in the last hour. You're at the team meeting, we're going to do rep-driven. You're in a PC, I'm going to do rep-driven. I'm going to go, yo, great, we didn't reach you. Who can you get on the phone? You know, of your top people. And he's like, hold on, let me call Johnny. And he's like, Johnny, you got a second? I'm with my boss right now, bro. Here, talk to her. Boom. You know, and we're setting them up that way. Everyone good? So those are really your 3 main components, is your interview PRs, your traditional program, which you as the manager are calling their top 10 that they already gave a heads up to. The rest of the names, you're just texting everybody and you're just talking to the ones that wanted information. And then you have constant rep driven. You guys feel good about that? By the way, if you get that down, if you get this and you get those 3 components of the PR program, it is very hard not to have an $80,000 to $100,000 branch next summer if you're executing that on a weekly basis. It is very, very difficult. Thing is, we didn't have those systems in place. And the offices that did, they did really well. We didn't drive those programs. And that's it. That's all I want to focus on this year is, can we master that? Can we feel really comfortable talking to PRs? And can we feel really comfortable talking to people face to face? Because if we can master that, we know how to create our recruits, all right? And we're gonna do really well. And then the other part is getting them to sell. And if we want them to sell a lot, let's come back full circle to the beginning. What are 3 things that has to happen for the rep if we wanna maximize sales? Number 1, they need to master the, excuse me? Reps wants to sell a lot. They need to master the fundamentals. Get their basics down. You guys need to be able to say this where you're like, oh my God, Kathy, we're sick of saying it's good. You want to ingrain in your brain. If you want your rep to sell a lot, number 1, they need to do what? Master the fundamentals, all right? Or fundamentals mastery, however you want to call it. Master the fundamentals. Everyone say it again. Master the fundamentals. Got it? What does that mean? They have their closing, recs, and phones. What order should it be? This is
Recs, phones, closing.
Top guys, you went over this. Just so you guys know, the order, if you had to pick an order of how it should go, number 1 thing they need to learn is recs, followed by phones, followed by closing. That is your priority. I see new managers going hard into sales first, and that doesn't effing matter if they don't have anyone to see. We can increase their average order. We can get them better if they have more people to see. So number 1, they need to master their recs. Then they need to master the phones. Then they master closing. Got it? So step 1, master the fundamentals. You guys got the order. Recs, phones, close. Number 2, they need to have a what? They need to have structure. We're going to say this a million times over the next 6 months. So let's just get it down. All right? This is the hard part, is the first time. Number 2, they need to have structure. So you need to sit down and make sure they have a schedule, that they have a plan, that they feel good following. And number 3, on their end, is that they need to have discipline. And on your end, you need to have accountability for them. All right? So making sure that you're like, hey, dude, did you get to do the calls that you, and, oh yeah, you know, or hey, dude, rock those 20 calls. You're gonna, like, you should know their schedule from doing the structure with them. You're just holding them accountable. You might be going to an interview, like, bro, rock your lunch calls. Let me know how those go after. And like, oh, I got you, John Austin. And then after, they're like, hey, I called, you know, my 20. I booked up 2 more. And you're like, nice. You know, and then you're like, hey, how are we doing with collecting numbers for tomorrow night for the team meeting? I want to make sure you're ready to dominate that so you can hit your week goal. So it's accountability to the schedule they made and the structure they made that they were excited about. You're just holding them accountable to it. Got it? That's it. And by the way, I'm just telling you guys, it's like, oh, but if it's just being intentional and being focused on making sure that's happening. And I'm like, all right, I'm driving my PR funnel and making sure these things are going down, and I'm making sure that my people, I'm taking time to make sure my people have their fundamentals down. I'm making sure they have a structure, and I'm making sure to hold them accountable to that structure. If you're doing that, it's going to be freaking huge, all right? And if you really want to rock the summer, destroy push periods and promote the crap out of them. I will be giving a speech to the entire company next week on mastering push periods. It will be recorded. It will be uploaded to Vector Connect. You guys can listen to it, take a lot of notes. You can master push periods. Push periods make a really big difference. I've been a push office for a long time, so we'll talk about that. But even if you suck at pushes and you do everything else, you'll still have a really solid summer. But push periods definitely take it to the next level, and those will be the top performers. All right? So before I bring up Mr. Eric to go through his financial fitness talk, and then I'll have some final quick words before we roll out. And whoever wants to go grab food or hang out for a little bit, I'm still debating where I want to go because there's Chili's and there's Buffalo Wild Wings and there's Applebee's. And so,
Why do you like Chili's so much?
Love Chili's. I really like Chili's. They have good options, and I like the fajitas. All right. So real quick. Raise hands on feedback, like biggest takeaways, like things that you took from this meeting that you're like, boom, you know, that like whatever it was for you. So whether for some of you guys it might be like, oh my gosh, you know, refocused on this or excited about this or whatever you took most from the meeting. And for some people it is a refocus, vision, excitement. For some it's like, shoot, I really suck at certain things or, you know, whatever like stood out to you coming to this, leaving here. What did you take most from this? All right.
The 3 keys for the receptionist. I've never even thought about receptionist tasks, so that's really cool. I feel like I'm gonna have a receptionist now.
What are they?
It's quality approach, build a relationship, and give great directions.
Cool. What else?
Yeah, so during the fishbowl, when we talked about reps having a sale, you said it's not that they can't afford it, it's that they didn't want to spend money on it.
They don't see the value or they don't want to spend money. Mm-hmm. All right, so cool. Fishbowl scenario. Those who miss fishbowl scenarios, you'll learn a lot through those, by the way. Would you guys agree, those who are here early? You'll learn a lot from fishbowl scenarios. So it's literally a bowl. It's not a fishbowl, it's a cooking bowl, all right? And it has just different scenarios that could happen and how to handle them. And if you get them right, you'll get an extra point added to your matrix, extra credit. But regardless, it's a really good learning tool for you to learn a lot of those things, all right? Any other takeaways that really stood out to you guys?
It was probably getting your representatives, like at the end of the day, trading, you text the top 10. That way you have to text it, and today you know from your list. And so, I feel like that would have a lot more business. Just focus on the top 10, every junior class, building. I feel like that's going to be a good program.
Cool.
Texting and then calling right after, right when they respond, have to, whatever it is they say, just call them. And the big thing I also did was, when you're doing that, skipping the description, what we were talking about earlier, just build the crap out of the report and then go to something. You know, something they're not too worried, whatever it is.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it. When you build a good report, a lot of times that description part, you can just skip right over and just set them up for an interview, you know. And then if they ask you, oh, what is it? What exactly am I doing? You're like, oh, sorry, the name of the company is fact, you know, and you can go through the description paragraph. We'll talk more about that, you know, but that's a paragraph that can be skipped over. Your objective of the call is if they want more info to schedule them for a time to meet with a manager to discuss the details. I mean, that's the objective of a PR call. So making sure that we nail that. All right. So cool. So I'll have a couple last things. I'm going to pass it over to Eric. Everyone wants pen and paper or computers ready to like just type at it. This is, you know, as we build you guys and as we coach you guys, the DM team and I, our goal, and as you think about these guys, and Eric's been here, Hall of Fame manager, who's been in the business and has really seen people come and go and whatever, and someone who really is just really smart with money and making sure that he's taking care of things and setting himself up and his family for his future, buying homes. He bought his first home with his DM money and a second home, you know, and just being able to buy properties, being able to do things with it. You guys have a great opportunity. And even just as sales reps, you know, getting smart with money from the get-go, from the beginning, makes a really big difference. And even for us, we need to see that you guys are have good financial habits so that we feel good about investing money into you. If we're going to give you, $6,000, $8,000, like $6,000 and then advertising money, like we want to know that it's a smart investment on our behalf and you know what the heck to do with that money. So just starting to set those habits now in place that really help you start saving young and putting money away, and what that does for you is unreal. So I asked him if he'd be willing to chat with you guys and give you guys some keys on just financial fitness. So if we can bring him up, Mr. Eric Ward, Hall of Fame manager. Gonna have a baby. We're gonna have a baby shower tomorrow. Yeah. Woo! Babies.
That's another reason you save a lot of money.
Pampers are expensive.
Yeah, not for this guy.
$563.97 for 20 months worth of pampers.
Diaper math. Dude, that's so hard.
Tonight we're going to talk about the ant and the grasshopper. And this is, I believe, from Aesop's Fables. And you may have heard this story before, but if you haven't, we're going to go through it tonight. And this story, this fable, talks about the life choices of a notable ant, one insect, and a grasshopper, another insect. And the ant spent his days toiling and working. And if you observe ants in nature, you'll notice that they're rarely in one place for very long. They're always moving, they're always doing something. They're busy. They're very, very busy creatures. And then there's the grasshopper. And in the fable, the grasshopper spends most of his day just big chilling, sitting on a rock, munching on a leaf, just kind of watching, right? And he sees this ant. This ant's like just going ham, right? Like always doing something, right? It's like moving stuff around or like putting food away or building something. And the grasshopper's just like, hey man, what are you doing? Why don't you like relax and just chill and enjoy the day, enjoy, nature, enjoy your free time. The ant doesn't even like respond. It's just going, right? Going. And time goes on and the seasons start to change. The grasshopper, still relatively lazy, it goes and continues to be lazy and not very studious, not very hardworking, and it just kind of chills and munches on a leaf every once in a while. There's nothing pressing that the grasshopper really has to do. It's just kind of hanging out, So when it needs food, it goes and munches on a leaf. That's it. But the ant's always doing something. It's always putting food away. It's always hoarding, I guess, ant supplies, if you will. And then the seasons continue to change, and the fall comes around. And the same things are occurring. And then we get to winter, right? Well, the grasshopper, who would just always chill and just kind of hang out and munch on a leaf, just really lazy. Well, winter came, and all of a sudden there was no more leaves to munch on. But the ant had been working when it didn't have to work. The ant had stayed consistently busy. It had a routine. It had a structured regimen that it would do. And no matter what, whether it needed food or not, whether it needed ant money or not, it did. And it kept doing, right? So then winter came, and there was no food. Everything was dead. Everything was frozen, right? The grasshopper had not taken the time to prepare, and the ant had. The ant made it through winter with plenty of food, plenty of supplies and resources, and the grasshopper didn't. So, moral of the story here, you're probably writing your ant, be the ant, right?
Yeah.
Moral of the story here is that there's value in consistent work, okay? Now, when you're younger, your parents pay for your cell phone, and your parents pay for your car, and your parents pay for your insurance. Most of you in the room, that's the story. A few of you in here, maybe you've had to pay for some of these things for a while, and that's good. Your parents are teaching you the value of paying for your own bills from a young age, okay? I firmly believe coming into adulthood here and I'll have a child in less than 2 months. One of the first things my child's going to learn the value of is the value of getting something of value for doing work, right? So like as soon as my kid's old enough to like have things like internet for their phone, they're going to do something to earn that internet. They're going to clean their room. They're going to keep things tidy just from like the simplest things. And as the child gets older and older, as Weston gets older and older, he'll understand that there's nothing in life that's free. Everything has a certain value that you give it, okay? Now, for you guys, what does this have to do with running an office? Well, you know, as a rep, a lot of times you can get away with working really hard for a week and not doing anything for 3 weeks and living off the fat of that paycheck for a while, right? And then the account gets a little skinny and you're like, oh wow, it's time to work again. And then you turn it back on and hopefully put yourself back in a position where you have that cash that you need. Well, I want you to think about everything that's valuable in life, everything that has merit, everything that's a high value commodity or high value, even intangible. I want you to think about your relationships with your significant others. I want you to think about your health and your nutrition. I want you to think about your workout routine. I want you to think about the way you take care of your car even. And I want you to think about your bank account. None of these things function at an optimal level when you focus on them inconsistently. You want your relationship to fall apart with your significant other? Only pay attention to them sometimes. Give them a lot of attention for a week and then ignore them for 3 weeks. You'll be single real quick. Try the same thing with your body. Work out for a week, don't do anything for 6 months. Try the same thing with your health. Eat healthy one day, eat like crap for 4 months. You'll notice the difference really quick. Why is your paycheck any different? Why is your bank account any different? It's not. But you see, as humans, we have this real problem with immediacy. We only see that thing right in front of us. Most people in life, they're playing checkers in a game of chess. Well, as a manager and as a representative, one of the most important things you can do is you can apply consistency and discipline. I think that's even almost the theme of the meeting today, right? Consistent and discipline. Discipline is sexy. Doing what you know you need to do even when you don't feel like it. That's huge, right? A lot of new reps, and I would venture to say even a lot of people in this room, if you had $10,000 in your bank account right now, you wouldn't have showed up tonight. You'd be like, I'm good, I'm set, I'm good. That's the way the grasshopper thought. He was good. Okay? It's the things we can't foresee that are really the problems. Humans have a problem with this whole what if, because it's not immediate yet, right? So the whole idea with talking to you tonight about finance is that your paycheck, your consistent earnings, and your consistent work that you do is going to put you in a position where you're going to have consistent income that you can work with on a weekly basis to not only have fun and spend money, not only pay for your expenses, but also save, okay? So what I want to talk to you tonight about, under the banner of discipline, the company's going to measure your discipline based on how much money you have saved to run an office, okay? How much money you have saved in your office account, your management investment account. That's going to determine the territory that you get. You'll get a better territory with more money saved. It's going to determine how many mailers and how much PR staffing that you can do. It's going to determine how confident you are, because one of the things I learned very quickly in the business, there's no pressure like financial pressure. If you're running that interview and you're thinking about how you're going to pay for your phones because tomorrow they get cut off, I promise you that interview is not going to go very well because your mind's distracted. You're worried about those things. You don't want to be sitting in that interview talking to these 3 people like, all right, you're going to pay for my gasoline and you're going to pay for my phone, and man, you better sell so we can, keep the lights on here. Right? You don't want to be in that position. That's so much stress and pressure to put on yourself. And yes, pressure turns coal into diamonds, but you don't want that to affect your work in a negative way. Okay? Some of you work best under pressure. Well, Let's talk about how to put yourself in a position where every week you feel a little bit of self-imposed discipline and pressure, okay? These markers work? Okay. So we're gonna do a little bit of a thought experiment here, and we're gonna change the way that you think about your weekly paycheck, just as a case study here.
Eraser?
Yes.
Right there. There's the bottom.
This?
Yeah.
Looks like a mouse.
It's magnetic.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna make a little spot here. All right, thought experiment. Whenever you earn your paycheck each week, okay, here's what I would venture to say most people do. Let's say you're at 30%. You go out, you sell $1,000, you make 30% of that, you get a $300 paycheck. This goes into your account. This is how much money you have. That's how most people think about things. One of the biggest transitions I made from thinking like a teenager and a young person to thinking like an adult who was screw-proof is the term that I used. You always were prepared with whatever life would throw at you because you were putting yourself in a position where you always had money, right? This is the first thing that I learned to do. When I sold and that money came into my account, this is not how much money I had in my account. Okay, here's what I did. $30%, 30%, 30%, 10%. 10% of this paycheck was play money. I could do whatever I wanted with it. 30% of this money I saved and then went into a savings account. It disappeared. 30% of this money I paid my expenses. And 30% went to my manager investment. I'm left-handed, so I'm trying here. That's an MGR. So now when you start to think about what you should sell on a weekly basis, here's what you do. You go, okay, well, only 30% of what I earn is going to cover my expenses. So let's say you've got, $200 in expenses for the week. Well, you got to kind of back this up and go, oh, okay, well, I need $200 this week. That can only be 30% of my paycheck. So what do I need to sell? I gotta make like $700, $800, right? I gotta make more because it's just a portion of my check, And so this is one of the things that you want to start doing as a representative. And you know what this is going to force you to do? This is going to force you to consistently work every week because you're going to notice you're going to need to put in an effort to put yourself in a disciplined position where you have money go into one bucket, which is your management savings. You have another bucket over here for your personal savings, right? You got your checking account where you're going to have the money for your expenses and your 10% play money, like going out to eat with friends or going to the movies or different things like that. This is the way that it works, okay? Here's a secret from somebody who's at least a decade older than you. This never gets any easier. Life, those of you that just graduated from high school, congratulations on doing the easiest thing you'll ever do in your life. And I say that with love. Because it is. It's the easiest thing you're ever going to do. Okay? Talk to anybody who's in college. Anybody who's in college, talk to people who have kids. People who have kids and run a business? Oh, God. It's like high school was like so easy, right? So the real secret here is that life doesn't get any easier. You just get better, right? So on a weekly basis and on a monthly basis, using this business, using your sales ability, using your disciplined approach to a schedule, how are you using that to grow? How are you using that to where you can say definitively you are moving in the direction of your goals? A lot of times, one of the things that I ask myself almost philosophically coming up in the business for over a decade now is I thought a lot about what made me happy. Because I think ultimately that's what we all want, right? We want to be happy. And, there's a lot of things that I went through in the business. There was like, having big sales reports or saving money or doing different things. There was growing my people, helping promote FSM, helping people win limo nights or silver cups. Here's the big thing I noticed, and I want to share this with you guys. Times I was happiest in life are the times where I was making progress. Times where I was growing. So how do you measure growth and how do you measure progress? Well, this is a really easy way. How much are you contributing to your management savings each week? How much are you saving each week for your personal stuff? Okay? Why is this important? Think about what it's going to be like maybe 2 months from now when you got all this money saved and your transmission blows out in your car. Something can happen to you? Ask Andy Shehorn. Ton of money saved. There it all went. You will never be worse off by having more money saved. You will never be in a worse position by having a bigger war chest. You'll be more confident. You won't have to deal with that pressure, and you'll always be prepared for those things that come up. But again, this takes discipline, because you know what most people do? They see that money in their account, they go spend it, right? So I'm gonna give you some really quick, easy tips to help you build your financial muscle, your financial discipline, okay? These are a few things that I do want to share with you. Number one, pay yourself first each week. Pay yourself first each week. Now, what does that mean? That means every single time you get a paycheck, for most of you it's weekly, bonus check, monthly. Every single time you get a paycheck, take a certain percentage of it and send it away to an account that you're not easily going to have access to. Maybe it's a savings account at a different bank than your checking account. Maybe it's an investment account. Somewhere else where you can't click a button and swipe a card and spend it. Somewhere where it's harder for you to get access to it. This is why we encourage you and teach you and help you with saving money with the company. The company's not taking your money and go and spend it somewhere. They're not like, you know, hiding behind the curtain and like taking your money and paying expenses and hoping they get it back to give it to you in a little while. They're doing that so you don't spend it. If you need that company money, it's yours. If you got $5 grand in a company investment account and management startup savings, you can call Kathy and Kathy could literally send you the money. It's that easy, okay? But you know what? That extra step that you have to take to call Kathy and justify the expense and explain why it's worth sacrificing your position in the matrix ranking and why it's worth sacrificing your chances to get that office location that you want, it's gonna make you think twice. It's probably gonna be easier for you to go sell and make the money. It might even be easier for you to borrow the money. There's other solutions. And this is really what I really like about this program. This program teaches you like actual real life skills. These are the things you're gonna have to figure out, right? So like work-life balance and like stuff with kids and like your business and stuff. There's some people I've spoke with that are representatives and they go, oh, Eric, I'm just gonna focus on school right now. I don't have time for this management thing. I don't have time for, you know, selling. These are things that they're just not a priority. I just kind of chuckle. And they're like, why are you laughing? And I'm like, because you don't get it yet. Okay? Fast forward 15 years in life. You got a family and you got kids. Am I supposed to believe you're going to put your family on hold because you got a big project at work? You're going to be divorced. Your kids are going to hate you. Am I supposed to believe that when your kids have something important to do, you're just not going to show up at work for a week? You're going to lose your job. Then your family's really going to hate you. There's no such thing as like one priority. And look, I get it. And I'm saying some of these things because maybe tell you like it is. Look, I got the same thing from my parents when I was your age. Go to school, get good grades, get a job, graduate. Everything's going to be rainbows and, you know, unicorns, and it's going to be fantastic. Well, guess what? That's what it was like 4 decades ago, where 1 in 15 people had a degree. That's the way it worked for our parents. So your parents aren't trying to trick you. They're not trying to lie to you and say, oh, look, go focus on school. You'll be fine. That was life for them 4 decades ago. That's all it took. It couldn't be more different now. You want to know why there's so many people who get frustrated with the system and frustrated with taxes and frustrated with student debt? Because they were all sold this lie. They graduate, they got good grades, they got this great degree, and nobody hires them because they didn't take the time to do the things we're teaching you right now. They didn't have experience. They didn't have the connections. And that kid in that interview sitting next to them who had the grades they had and had the degree they had this and they didn't. They had the skill sets, they had the connections. They're the ones that got that job when there were only a few compared to the many options that were available before. So I know this just seems like it's selling knives, and I know this just seems like we're teaching you how to set people for interviews and do all this stuff, but it's all connected. It's all really important, and it's all gonna matter. And the sad part is it's not gonna matter until it's a decade from now, and you look back and you go, oh, wow, he was right. This stuff really matters, okay? And so that's what I love about doing these meetings and talking to you guys, because I kind of get to give you the way it's gonna look, get to give you a crystal ball. So every week, pay yourself first, okay? There were times when my electricity would get turned off for 24 hours where I lived, because I would pay myself first before I'd pay the electric bill. Who was more important, the electric company or me? Guess what? 24 hours later, I was still fine. I paid when I had the money. And you know what? My bank account was in better shape because I didn't make that sacrifice, right? I paid myself first. And look, if you're in a position where it's just a little bit right now that you're earning, start something small. Put 10, 15, 25 bucks a week away, you know, but as the dollars start rolling in, maybe it's $100 a week. Hey, it'll be nice when you get to where you can save $1,000 a week. Then you're feeling really nice, okay? All right. Next tip. Here's my second tip for you when it comes to saving money. Tell your money where to go in advance. Tell your money where to go in advance. We do this with the managers. We do this with the CSPs and the FSMs. We want to do this with you guys too. Go look at your checking account. Go look at where all the money goes. Total up how much you spend on fast food. Total up how much you spend on like the pay-per-views for UFC, right? Total all this up and look at it. It's going to make you vomit. You're going to look at it and go, how did I spend $575 on Chick-fil-A last month? How did I do that, right? And it's going to suck and it's going to hurt. And you know what? You won't do it next month. Look at what you want to spend and pre-plan where you want your money to go. All right, this month I'm spending $100 on Chick-fil-A, and that's it. When you're done, you're done. If you want to, don't eat Chick-fil-A for 4 weeks, and then like the last day of the month, go eat $100 worth of Chick-fil-A. You can. That's what's great about telling your money where to go in advance. Okay.
At one time.
My wife is beautiful. She's wonderful. She's a hard worker. She's the best part of my life. And she's amazing at making money, and she's just as fabulous at spending it. So we do this with her checking account. And every month, we do this. And she was having a problem with spending money eating out. She had a certain amount she was supposed to spend, and she kept going over that by not like, you know, like $50, like by hundreds of dollars over it, okay? So here's what we did. This is a little pro tip to help you with it. If you've got a certain thing that you do that you're struggling with, set the amount of money that you want to spend, physically take the cash out of your checking account, bless you, put it in an envelope and carry that around with you. That's all the money you can spend on that particular thing you want to do. When it runs out, you're done. If you run out in a week, well, you're done. You're going to learn. Month number 2, it'll probably last a little bit longer, right? Again, the fallacy of immediacy. You swipe that card, you don't even feel the money, right? It's just like your account, right? But if you've got the dollars and you physically have to give that money to somebody else, totally different psychologically. Okay? That's tip number 2 for you. Tip number 3. This is the final tip you get from me tonight. Tip number 3. Reward yourself when you hit your financial goals. Reward yourself. Maybe the first big hurdle for most of you is getting $600 in your investment account to secure your spot for Oleum. Well, when you get to $600 in management startup, and look, don't cheat. If you've got like $1,600 in your tax withholding, don't switch over to $600 and go, yeah, I got it. No, go out and physically produce that $600 and put it where it needs to go in the right account. When that happens, go celebrate. Go out with your friends. Go out and do something fun for the evening. You know, maybe it's a fancy dinner. Maybe it's Perry's Steakhouse. Maybe it's something nice that you want to do for yourself to reward yourself. This is less about saving the money, and this is less about getting yourself something cool. What this is more about than anything else is the psychological programming that you are providing yourself to reward yourself when you achieve a disciplined savings goal. That's what it's really about. Okay? Any quick questions? Do we have time for questions? Question? No?
Not really.
Not really. One question.
What's a good book you recommend?
For money specifically?
Starting off.
Yes. That's I.
Which one?
Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
That's the beginning. And you can go up there from like Dave Ramsey.
Dave Ramsey's a good
I would say
middle
Dave
level
Ramsey's
one.
the beginning, honestly.
I mean, Dave Ramsey's only important if you're in debt. He's got a great debt repay program. If you have no debt, which some of you may, some of you might not, I think Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I learned a lot. He's got some good books on like cash flow quadrants and different things, but Rich Dad's where I would start. Yep. Okay, thanks.
All right. So, yes, well, I'm going to be over about 5 minutes. I want to walk through real quick, make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to schedule and what we're working on for the fall. Number one, by the way, assignment from now until next prep. When is the next prep? Friday, October 21st. It is from 3 to 8 p.m. as well, and it will not be here. Where is it located? Galleria office. So it will be Friday, October 21st in Galleria office. From 3 to 8 p.m. is the next prep. By the time we get to this prep, everyone needs to do this. I know some of you are like, I'm doing that tomorrow. So it'll be really easy. But everyone in this room, one of your assignments you will be graded on that needs to happen, and I want to track in the course of this next month. We want to look at, I want everyone to run 3 interviews. Okay? Now, you have to track stats on this. You're going to run 3 interviews, and I want to see the number of PRs per head and collected. All right, so each interview, and Gordon, can you make me a spreadsheet? But I'd love to have something where we have like interview, number signed of people, probably PRs collected, like the total, and then average, per head, because we want to track the number. We want to track the number of PRs you set, like that you collected per person. So if I recruited 4 people in that interview, and I collected 30 names. Cool? So then I know I averaged 7.5 names per head. All right? So I want to see how many names per head you averaged on the interview. And I will get out the team section and script at the end of it. But you guys should have a sheet at the end of the interview that you hand out. Your managers have that. And on the back of it, I don't know where the heck they are here. On the back of it, it has where they can write PR names. So we want to track that. Then you need to track from texting. So what are you going to do as soon as you finish the interview and you get those names? What are you doing? You're going to text those names. So I will put it in our group meet. I'll put the amount there. So get connected. By the way, those of you who are further away and you're like, I don't have an office, we can do an adjusted version. You can run a virtual interview, or ideally you can get into somewhere that's nearby. I want to, and I'll work with you case on case. You can talk to me if you're like, I don't know where I'm going to run one, and I'll find you a place and we'll figure something out, all right? If not, I assume you have a place you can run these interviews in the next month. So so you're going to text them right away. Once you text them, okay, you guys need to track is how many do you set up for the interview, all right? So how many actually, I probably want to say how many were spent, but how many do you set? What did I put here?
Just per interview, right?
Yeah, you could do it separate per interview or get the grand total, but each interview you do it, you want to track it. So how many collected per interview, number of responses, number of set, so how many do you schedule, and then your show. All right, so we're going to track some stats over those 3 interviews. So how many PRs did you collect? How many people ended up responding to your text? How many did you schedule for actual interviews? And how many showed up? So you need to track those numbers off your 3 interviews. All right? So that is your big assignment for this month.
The show percentage of the PRs you said?
Yeah. So how many showed up? So you're like, I scheduled 7 and 3 of them showed up to the interview. All right? So we want to track those numbers. That's all in Vector Live, but I want you guys to just like track your numbers. So that is your project in terms of assignment and execution.
That's not the spreadsheet.
Huh?
That's not enough.
Cool. Spreadsheet is done. Beautiful. Send to me. I will email out. Thank you. So I want to make sure we do that. All right. Second, this next month goes into, and by the way, those of you, there's probably about a third of the room that you guys are, everyone's training together. But some of you guys that are more on the assistant manager path, 2/3 of you I know are working hard to really stand out to try to earn a branch internship spot. And I talk to your managers. I always say keep all options open because you don't know where you'll be in the next month or so. But you want to make sure, step 1, you master your interview. All right. Now this month, if you guys look at the syllabus for this month, this starts next week starts training. And so week 1, you guys at your local preps, and if not, you can chime in on Tuesday nights at 8:30. The pilot does hours. Opening comments is this week. All right, so going through opening comments of the training. Next week is the demo walkthrough. The 3rd week is we're going to watch value, like actually watch the value talk from Drew and take notes on it. Week 4 of October, we're drilling, we're going through phone jam and tips as well as the phone jam kickoff and training. And then the 31st, the week of the 31st, will be the day 1 PCs and follow-up. So you guys have this, because I gave this to you guys at CFC. I emailed it out last month. I'll email it again, but it shows you by week what we're going over, because when we regroup on the 21st, we should have finished going through those weeks. You guys have seen the different parts of day 1 of training, all right? And then we'll be going over stuff in the next prep where you're going to get tips on day 1. We're going to role play and drill. We're going to do PC, like doing an actual drill for skill, like when you're checking someone's skill sets, and the veterans are going to be drilled in front of you guys, and you guys will take notes. You'll learn that for the first time. They did it earlier today, and they're going to be getting graded next time. So you'll see how to do a proper PC number 1 and checking someone's closed skills checks. They're closing in their recs. You're going to see how to do that. And then we're going to have financial fitness and standings. But Jordan and Eric will be tag teaming that with you guys. Make sure that we're set up, and I'll be getting grades and everything together. And guys, with your drill for skills, work hard to improve. Even next time, if you want to redo your interview, you can redo it to get a higher score. And then you're going to get, in terms of drill for skill, you get an average of like all the different scores you had will be your final score for your matrix. Okay. So just so you guys are aware of that. So that is the focus for for this month. October is day 1 of training. All right, is what we're pretty much going over the whole month. And then some of you guys just really just need to master the interview, and really be focused on that. Everyone's running 3 interviews. Everyone's tracking so we can see your PR numbers. You guys feel good with that? All right. So that is what's happening. And then in November, the next prep, and I need to finalize if we're going to do it here, if we're going to do it in Galleria, or if Ashley's parents will let us just do the prep at their house, if there's room to do it there.
There is room.
So we're going to see. But we are doing, by the way, our Thanksgiving dinner potluck. So this is on Saturday, November 19th. Okay, just so you guys know. And thank you to the Whites. They have opened up their home for us to do a Thanksgiving potluck. All your parents and everyone are invited to it. It is in the Woodlands. And that will be at 5 p.m. as of right now, especially if we can meet up close to them. But our prep on Saturday, the 19th, will be from 11 to 4. And again, you have this, but this is a reminder. All right, this is in November. And then at 5 p.m. is when you want to have your parents arrive or come earlier. Parents invited is we're having a Thanksgiving potluck. So if you guys can bring like one of your family's favorite dishes, and bring that over to the house. Everyone brings something, and we're going to have an awesome meal, hang out together from like 5 to 7, and then you go about your business. But it'll be cool to have all the parents again together, to be able to like answer any questions they have, to be able to mingle with them. So I'm excited for that. Make sure to tell your parents now so they can plan ahead. That's the Saturday before Thanksgiving. All right. So make sure that you guys communicate with me anything that you have going on, and then we'll get a final count for the Whites, but they said we could do it there, so we'll be in the Woodlands at Ashley White's house for that, all right? And I'll confirm exactly where the prep will be. If we can do it at their house, I'd love to do the prep at their house, so we'll just do prep there, and we'll just already be there. But if not, we might be at an office and then move there. So I'll talk to Ashley's mom, and we'll lock that down. And then we have Olean, by the way. So I know some of you guys got signed up earlier. Right now, anybody, you guys have, you're able to sign up. It doesn't mean that you are confirmed to go. By Monday, we'll be confirming with the region who's allowed to sign up. They're going to start next week, starting to buy flights for people for Olean trip. That is just, it's an absolutely incredible trip. And those of you, I know that these guys want to go back, but they're not allowed to. They'll take your spot. It's a really cool trip, so we'll do that. But I just want to say this, don't forget. One, I want to thank you guys, again, for being here right now. Some of you guys have been doing all different things, and I hope that, you felt good about taking the time to be here. Like, I was good to connect with everybody. I'm still really torn. I really want to go. Actually, I thought about this. I really want to go. They're still open. Right next door, there's like the best little sushi place, and they make the best chicken fried rice and shrimp fried rice, and we can take over the whole restaurant. Miyabi. We can walk, or you can drive there. It's literally on the other side. Yeah, on the other side of here. It's freaking awesome. Are we going to go to the chicken wings place? But like, I'm not really excited about going there because I don't eat chicken wings. But we can vote. But I really love that place. And the fried rice is awesome. Sushi and fried rice. Raise your hand. Sushi and fried rice. It's only us.
Yeah.
All right.
Everybody.
Go raise your hand.
100% says zero.
Well, if you don't want to eat there, you can come hang out and leave. We're just going to go there, and then you can go to B-Dubs afterwards if you want. Ooh, I do like Los Cucos. Huh?
Wait, Los Cucos?
Yes.
Okay.
You are in Texas.
No, I saw. Oh.
Okay, whatever.
Alright, so
Here's the deal. Hold on. What?
Los Cucos.
All right, everyone has to place a vote. I'm good between those two. Los Cucos or the Asian place that has like everything, and you can have just chicken. Huh? At 10. Oh, you're saying it's closest. I thought you said it's closing. All right, they're both right here. One's on Clay on that side, and one's right here.
Closer one.
Asian place, raise your hand. Next door, raise your hand for the Asian place. Raise your hand high. Los Cucos, raise your hand for Los Cucos.
Mexican food.
Which had more? I felt like the Asian.
They have avocados.
All right, Asian place wins. By the way, hold on. My last thing, what I was saying before I was telling you guys where we're gonna go. I want to hang out with anyone that can, even if you come for a little bit, I'll get a couple extra fried rice for anybody who wants to just eat some rice before you take off. So that'll be on me. A couple extra fried rice on the table. Chicken fried rice, shrimp fried rice, very, very nice. Come on over. Listen up. I know it's Friday night. You guys could have made a million excuses of other things you had to do. And know that it is very, I don't overlook that at all. Like, I really understand what it is to be a college student and sacrifice a Friday evening to be here, okay? I really get that, and I really honor that, and so just know that it's not overlooked. And again, we really, us as a management team, like, it really stands out to us. Like, these are people who really care about what they're building for themselves, and we're stoked to be able to pour back into you guys. So even if you come out for 15, 20 minutes, get some conversations, come hang out. We've got these guys here with us. I don't know how long they'll be around. I'll stay out here for about an hour. I'm definitely going to grub. And then you guys can go do whatever. Cool? So, yes.
If you would like, I will do a phone call with you, and I will help you